Ooh. Hi. What up? Oh shit. Hold on. I need to turn my AC on. Destiny, do you hate YouTube chat? You know what? You can think what you want, YouTube chat. But go off, sis. Black Twitter. Oh, I saw that. Yo, real quick, guys, okay? Real quick, just so you guys don't know, okay? There is no nuance. There is no other way to look at it. People talking about keeping bloodlines pure and shit is some 100% racist dog shit bullshit. Don't ever stand for it. It is fucking cringe. When black people talk about maintaining black purity or maintaining black melanin or maintaining blood, that's some cringe neo-Nazi shit, okay? Or could we... I can't say that. Instead of neo-Nazi, it could be the ninja Nazi, okay? But it's all Nazi shit, okay? It's all Nazi shit, all right? Trust me. Oh, fuck! Would that be a good tweet? Wait, hold on. I have to ask my chat. I can't tweet that. I can't tweet that.
But go off, sis.
That's a money tweet, right? But I would get so much shit for it. Oh, I would get so much shit for it. I need a code tweet. Wait, I need a black friend. Please, I need a black friend. I need one now more than ever before. I'm just kidding. Don't email me. I'm not doing it. All your black friends are fucking racist. Abba's not racist. Chill, damn. Do you play Factorial while playing D&D? No. I wouldn't be able to keep my mind on both things.
Hunter Biden, at that point, Hunter Biden literally could have had the corpses of children in his basement. I would not have cared, right? It's like there's nothing. First of all, it's Hunter Biden, right? It's not Joe Biden. But even if whatever scope of Joe Biden's corruption is, like if we could just go down that rabbit hole endlessly and understand that he's getting kickbacks from Hunter Biden's deals in Ukraine or wherever else, right, or China, it is infinitesimal compared to the corruption we know Trump is involved in. It's like a firefly to the sun.
It's so true, but it's such a lost cause. Dude, Trump fanatics are on a whole other world of shit. Trump will have like his entire fucking family appointed to positions and shit in the White House. Trump will have like international business dealings in countries we're directly in conflict with. Trump didn't divest any of his shit, and people will be like, well, actually, there's an email where Hunter Biden mentioned a kickback, and maybe it's possibly going to his dad, and I can't prove it. And it's like, bro,
Black and African American YouTubers, who's going to be left? Martin, that Bridges note, Bah, see ya, Mr. Fanatic, more like Mr. Cannot. All you'll have left are the Jews and my Queen Lauren. Also,
Bum, 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 bum.
Son, right? Okay. I mean, like, there's just, it doesn't even stack up against Trump University, right? Trump University as a story is worse than anything that could be in Hunter Biden's laptop, in my view. Right?
Wait, is that true? I thought the Trump University story. Wait, which one was that? Oh, actually, wait, that was pretty bad. Was that the one where Trump said a federal judge, an American federal judge, couldn't give a fair ruling on his university because he was Mexican, even though the guy was born in the United States and was a federal judge? Is that the Trump University story? I remember that when he was president. Jesus Christ. That was wild. You guys forget, there was like so much crazy shit. On June 2nd, 2016, Trump told the Wall Street Journal that Curiel had an absolute conflict in presiding over the litigation given that he is of Mexican heritage and a member of a Latinos Lawyers Association. When Trump said in a separate interview that Curiel is a member of a club or society very strongly pro-Mexican, in reference to the group, PolitiFact National rated the statement as mostly false. I feel like he was part of there's like some lawyer group that like, I think kids can like intern there or get experience or something. I feel like I read about this a long time ago. The California La Raza Lawyers Association dates back to 1977. It's supposed to help like Hispanic kids get into law shit or something, I think. Or I'd have to go back and check, but Trump basically made it sound like it was like a Mexican lawyer nationalist group or something. Trump told the Journal the judge's background was relevant because of his campaign stance against illegal immigration. Oh yeah, Trump said that the federal judge couldn't give him a fair ruling because he's Hispanic and Trump is against illegal immigration. It's so wild, like absolutely wild. Jesus Christ.
Right. Now, that doesn't answer the people who say it's still completely unfair to not have looked at the laptop in a timely way and to have shut down the New York Post's Twitter account. Like that's just a conspiracy. That's a left-wing conspiracy to deny the presidency to Donald Trump. Absolutely, it was. Absolutely, right? But I think it was warranted, right? And
wait, hold on. I just missed what he said. Sorry.
People who say it's still completely unfair to not have looked at the laptop in a timely way and to have shut down the New York Post's Twitter account. Like that's just a conspiracy. That's a left-wing conspiracy to deny the presidency to Donald Trump. Absolutely, it was. Absolutely, right? But I think it was warranted, right? And again, it's a coin toss as to whether or not
Sam, I'm sorry.
That particular piece.
I'm really sorry. I was the one that said we should move on, but you've just said
it.
something I really struggle with there, which is
the kids in the basement.
No, fuck the kids in the basement. I'm interested in democracy. You're saying you are content with a left-wing conspiracy to prevent somebody being democratically re-elected as president.
Well, no, I'm content. Well, but the thing is, it's just not left-wing, right? So Liz Cheney is not left-wing, right? Liz Cheney is doing everything in her power.
You're content with a conspiracy to prevent somebody being democratically elected.
But there's nothing conspiracy. It's not. It was a conspiracy out in the open. But it doesn't matter if it was. It doesn't matter what part's conspiracy, what part's out in the open. I mean, I think it's like if people get together and talk about what should we do about this phenomenon. If it's like if there was an asteroid hurtling toward Earth, and we got in a room together with all of our friends and had a conversation about what we could do to deflect its course, right?
This is not a good take. Should not be using conspiracies
Steven,
to keep people out of democratically elected office.
Dungeons and Dragons for like 4 episodes now. Now you are going through dimensions and elemental planes. You two are flowered. He moved to Canada.
Nice. Thoughts on QR codes menus at restaurants? I hate them. I have no problem with them. Sneeko gets fucking triggered by them because he thinks they're COVID memes. So every time he goes to a restaurant, he's like, "You guys have a physical menu." I'm like, dog, are you serious? Were you a bit shocked at how insanely mask-off Nick went at different moments last night? Yeah, I don't understand why. It was not very smart by him. I don't know why he went so hard on a panel with 4 black dudes. I feel like he overplayed the fuck out of his hand.
Hey Destiny, how do you come up with your analogies on the spot? Have you thought of them beforehand, or do you just quick search and pull them out? When I come up with analogies, they always feel like too far a reach.
Usually when I'm in the middle of a debate with somebody and I know they're going to come up, I have your mom texting me really clever shit. She gets them out of chicken soup for the soul books. I don't know why, but...
Don't do it. Stop.
For the podcast studio, go for a warehouse.
Stop.
You want the height and width to get camera angles / lighting set up. I work in an office studio. It sucks.
Wow.
Don't do
That
it.
panel last night was 10 out of 10 content, no cap on a stack. That thing was bussin' 404. Stay up, Big D.
Do you think Nick is actually racist? I never know. It's hard to tell. Ah, Jesus, he made it.
Steve, why did you advertise that shitty Alibaba dropshipping tier bridge wallet that ruins your cards?
Cool kids use high-quality Dutch-made secret wallets that present your cards with the press of a button. Not sponsored, BTW.
How's it hard to tell? It feels like it intersects with so many people that is, like people of color and shit. And I feel like smarter people, it's just inconceivable that somebody can actually be racist. But I'm sorry, I just realized this is a dumb question to answer, and I didn't want to go down this road because you fucking retards are like looking for the virtue signal. I'm just kidding. Nick is racist and hateful towards every single group of people and blah, 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 blah. Whatever you want me to say, I'm saying it, okay? Do you notice I got watermarked as meme? Bro, watermarking memes. Yeah, that's the way of the future. It's important to do that, all right? Input left, yes. There are posts on Reddit saying you've changed your stance on Nick. No, just most people are too stupid to follow along with any of the conversation. There's still like, probably like 70% of my fan base still operates at like a Vosh level or whatever that fan base is, where it's like if I come out and I say something like, I don't think that Nick's movement is expressly like alt-right anymore, or like they don't focus on the anti-Semitism stuff as more. When I say stuff like that, like 70% of you retards hear it and you're like, Destiny says that Nick loves Jews. Destiny says that Nick and his entire movement love Jewish people. Destiny said that none of them are anti-Semitic anymore. Destiny says that America First has no anti-Semitic. Like, that's what you guys do. And then you, like, run to Reddit and then you spam the fuck out of that. So then yesterday when I pushed back on him, my thoughts and feelings on him haven't changed at all. He's just in a larger environment now where I have to push back more. Everybody's like, oh, wow, Destiny finally realized that Nick is still, like, a white supremacist. Wow, it took him so... I permabanned everybody in that thread, by the way, that made that comment. So, and if you get permabanned on shit like that, I never unban you. So, good luck. People actually say that? Yeah, people, yeah, but it's just like the level 1 thinking of the sub has been really cringe the past few months. I don't agree, actually. I think the sub has been really strong. I think the sub is going really strong. There's just sometimes there's just like cringe shit, but I've been like over the past like 2 weeks, I've been pretty aggressively just axing motherfuckers. Did you see Gropers and stuff? Yeah, when I see those fuckers, I ban them too. I'm not, no psyops in my community. Would I have to perm every time? Would a weak ban not do the same thing? No, because people will know that like it's worth it. I don't want people to ever think in terms of trade. Like I'll say this like dumb fucking comment, I'll only get banned for a week, so it's worth it. Like, do you feel like he doesn't want to expel all non-white people in the U.S. anymore? In the possible world of legislation, what somebody like Nick would want to do is they would want to enforce very strict racial racial requirements or quotas on immigration, so that they can maintain white majority is what they would want to do. Although I was surprised that he said in a perfect world,
Show had me rolling last
everybody would
night.
live in their own countries. So
If you have Sneako at collab, you should call it the Sneako and Stealtho Hour.
It's also frustrating because like I've made comments in the past that Nick is like pretty charismatic, and he is. Like I'm not gonna take those back, and I still think he is. But I think people sometimes mistake why he's able to make inroads or why he's able to be successful in some areas, and I think maybe he even mistakes it. To where like everybody is like, oh my god, like the reason why they like him is because he's so funny and he's so charismatic. But no, that's not the reason. He is funny and he is charismatic, but the reason why is because he has a really, really easy in on the anti-establishment train. Especially for people that are already like super like, oh, the system's fucked and rigged and blah 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 blah. Like he can just hop on like one of those like what do you call carts on a train? Are they carts? Wagons? He can hop on one of those wagons and just like sail in on that whole like, yeah man, the establishment's rigged and it sucks. And it's just like it's the easiest in the world. And when you're fighting back against that, you're starting on such a back foot. Like you're starting so far behind. It's like really, really, really hard. It's also really hard too, if I'm talking to him one-on-one, or if I'm talking to him with like one other person listening, I don't really mind him rambling as much because I can like take notes and counter every single point. But when he is, but when we're on a panel like that and he starts to ramble, it's way, way, way too slippery, and I have to be like really careful about just letting him ramble off some crazy shit. Like, damn, dude, he defined ethnicity. It was probably the most slippery definition of ethnicity I'd ever heard, where it's like he's talking about how, like, Africa is the most diverse continent in the world, and then in the next breath he's saying shit like you can obviously tell somebody's race by just looking at them. And then in the next breath, like it's just like he kept going back and forth on what ethnicity meant so many times. It was so frustrating. But it's only frustrating if I can't call him out on it. As long as I can like hold him accountable every time, it's usually okay. But Sneako just seems to like the meme of having your mind so open your brain falls out. I don't know if I'd say that. He just listen, man. The anti-establishment shit is real. Okay. It's a big meme. People love them some anti-establishment. Also, biology leads to culture, but he's only talking about culture. Oh yeah, that was kind of a clever trick, but that's why it feels like I'm being mean to him. I guess I am being mean a little bit, but he plays this trick where he'll say something and then kind of deny it. It's like he'll be like, oh no, like I'm not talking about like ethnicity. We're only talking about culture. And it's like, but you think that culture is downstream from biology, don't you? So you are talking about ethnicity. You truly are. You must understand that, right? Like, but he kept trying to have it. You wanted it to be one way, but it ain't. It's the other way. Okay. What the fuck is this even coming from? Oh, it's coming out of my pulverizers. These things are so annoying. Does anybody use... Oh, you guys don't play this, man. Fuck you. You hang out with Nick this weekend? He might come over. I don't know. I think he said 19th to 25th he was here. But I don't know if... Maybe he hates me now. Who knows? Grubbers on Twitter were seething. Yeah, I noticed they were really mad, which is probably good. I mean, I think it probably means they struck a nerve. Man, it's so hard, though, to balance everything out. It's really, really difficult to, like, be cool in a convo and not seem like you're coming off as, like, overbearing, but also, like, hitting back when he's, like, getting wild on, like, his fucking conspiratorial shit. It's a really difficult dance. Input priority on the right, I think. Yeah. Why do you say your last name is Fuentes? You aren't white. You know, you shouldn't say that since Spanish people, even white Mexicans, exist, right? It's just to show that, like, the way that they view...
I can't deny I have been an anti-establishment. I get the allure. However, it feels like it's a very lazy way to engage with very real systems.
Yeah, no shit. The point that I'm trying to make generally when I'm bringing stuff like that up is that they're very flexible. Nick is very flexible with how they view ethnicity. Like when they talk about ethnic purity, you know, some of these people are believers in, it's called the one drop rule, right? Where, like, if you're even a little black, you're black. You can tell just by looking. But, like, when it comes to their own ethnicity sometimes, was it Abba that asked the question, I think, where it's like, what kind of ethnic person do you want to get with? Do you want to be with somebody who's just white, or do you want to be with somebody who's like 25% Italian, 50% whatever, 25% whatever? It's like, oh no, just somebody that's white. It's like, okay, well, what? Like, the ethnicities get so granular sometimes, and then in other times they're so just like whatever. I don't know. They're playing very fast and loose. Oh yeah, and then with Jesus, apparently Jewish like just meant religion and not race, but any other time, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Pretty slippery. You cringe fuck.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely cringe. Oh my god. Yikes, bro.
Am I too loud, or should I lower it?
No, you're good.
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, you wanted to talk mics.
Why'd you say that? Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's just I didn't expect to have this convo on stream. So.
Oh, good. Well, I do everything on stream, okay?
I could tell. I could tell.
Good.
Folks are gonna be like, "Yo, I'm probably gonna be a clout goblin." I'm like, bro, I just wanted advice on mics.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Right,
oh yeah,
yeah,
what?
so,
Yeah, talk to me. Oh yeah, you got the dreaded red box. Everyone on stream knows I hate that thing, but
what, the Scarlet 2i2?
Yeah, I don't know how it's so recommended. I might just be tech retarded. I tried to figure that thing out for like a week, and I never went back. I threw that shit in the trash.
Okay, I don't know anything about these kinds of devices, and so that one was recommended to me.
Yeah, that's fine. So a lot of people recommend it. What do you have? What's your issue? What's your problem? What's your deal?
I just feel like my mic peaks often. There's no compressor. Like, I know, like when I'm video editing, I can just put a compressor on it. So like if it goes past a certain decibel, then it limits it, right? I don't have that feature on this thing, and so I'm wondering if that's what's causing me to peak. I feel like there's just no balance in the audio.
Well, if you have no compressor, then yeah, that can definitely cause you to peak. Do you do you ever use like a software compressor or anything?
When I'm on Discord or in calls, no. Like I have no idea how you are in Discord call and you never peak.
I mean, I have like a channel strip that I plug my mic into, so it has an auto compressor.
Oh, okay.
I guess
so is this about the Scarlet, or because I feel like the mic I have is fine. The pod mic.
No, the mic is probably fine and everything, but the I'm trying to think of what. Oh, that's wild. I just noticed that. Sorry. Does any does anybody have a recommendation? I know there's a software that a lot of people use that is like a it's like a software compressor.
Okay, so how would that work? So let's say I have all this audio set up. The audio would filter through the software into Discord?
The audio would filter through the software and into Discord. Yeah, there's like it's called like Mic Meter or some shit, or Voice Meter maybe, where people download this program and then they use it, and that Voice Meter program can apply a compressor to the mic. But like, hold on, that wouldn't prevent the mic from peaking though, guys, right? I don't think it would. Can you tell me what your audio chain is? Let's start with there.
My audio what?
Tell me how the microphone, how am I hearing you? What is your microphone plugged into?
It's plugged into the Scarlett 2 Ti, which then through basically a simple, well, I don't know what they're called, USB wire, plugs into my computer.
Okay, so can you get wild for me? Can you shout a couple times?
You want me to scream?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
This is so weird. I'll just talk very loud. Is this good? This is me getting loud. Bro, this is
okay. Hell. Shut up. All just right. Put a no homo at the end. Do it.
Yeah. Pause. There you go.
Okay. It's not. Is it actually? I don't know if it's actually peaking, or if it is, it's not very much. So it sounds like what you really just need is you just want to bring the volume down at the top, right?
There's definitely been times where I've come on here and the audio sounds so loud that the sounds become muffled or not clear. Like in the last video that you and I did, actually kind of popped up at the beginning for like the first 10 minutes.
Gotcha.
Where if you listen to that audio in the first 10 minutes, it's like it's almost so loud that it becomes unintelligible at some points.
Okay, I would try that voice. What's it called, guys? Voice meter.
Yeah, I think it was meter with 2 E's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jesus. Oh, I thought people were all typoing, but yeah, they're right. This thing. This is a program that people recommend a lot. I can't help you set up because I've never used it. I mean, I can probably walk you through some settings if you... I don't know how much you know about audio stuff. I've never used it before, but I'm sure we can figure it out. But this is a program that I see a lot of people recommend. I think a lot of streamers use it for audio shit. Who's that?
What's up? What's going on in here?
Oh.
Hey, Dane's about to talk to us about real estate. Let's go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Starting off with a fucking hot little drop on me, all right? That's fine.
Dan, have you ever used, do you know that program, that voice meter program for audio shit, for mic stuff?
No, I've used virtual audio cables before, but never voice meter.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, I can download it and play around, see what's popping. So I'll download it right now.
Okay.
Well, okay, so you're not saying it's the Scarlett that's the issue?
No. That device works. I have a personal vendetta against it. Okay, we don't get along well.
Yeah, with streaming, I just hear so many people with such clear audio, and I'm like, I don't have a shitty mic. I feel like I don't have a shitty whatever this fucking box is supposed to be. So I never understood how I was supposed to fix it. I can do it when I'm recording YouTube videos because I have the whole setup properly thing, but I don't understand it with streaming or like doing Discord calls. I always feel like my audio quality is trash.
What kind of microphone do you have again?
The Rode Pod mic.
Rode Pod mic.
Are you? I mean, this might be obvious, but are you close to the microphone, like 6 to 12 inches?
6 to 12 inches, yes. Yeah, I'm definitely 6 to 12 inches.
I guess you probably want it 6 inches, right, Steve? Because I mean, that's the biggest thing you can do is you turn down the gain like as much as possible, but be as close as possible to the microphone.
Maybe. I mean, his mom wants it. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. When he said, "Do you want it 6 inches?" I was like,
"It was way too much."
I get what
he was walking. Yeah.
Okay,
Steve is being close.
Go ahead.
Being close to the microphone is really, really, really important.
So, like, if I just lowered the decibels, but now I'm really close, is this better or no?
Yeah, that will be better. Yes, and it does sound a little better. You probably lowered when you say lower the decibels. What?
So I have like a meter on the.
If you listen,
they had to go through. Basically, I just turn down the knob, and I guess that kind of lowers the decibels.
Is there a meter on the microphone itself? I always got confused if you should have the meter high on the microphone and low in Windows in the shit, or if you should have it the opposite way. It's very
there shouldn't confusing. Be any there shouldn't be anything on the mic itself. It's just The microphone connects with an XLR cable into the Scarlett 212, right?
Okay.
Yes,
XLR2,
yeah. I got it.
Okay. You have a knob on the Scarlett thing called gain, right?
Oh yeah, so that's what I mean then. Should the gain on that be high or in Windows high?
So the gain, I have it like now maybe 1/4, a little bit above 1/4. Now that I'm close, but if I'm normally talking to you, I keep it around half, and I have the mic a little bit further away. I think one of the reasons why I keep the mic a little bit further away is if I'm filming at the same time, I don't want my mouth to be hidden by the mic either, and so yeah.
I understand that. Let me try something. Okay, hey, can you hear me?
You sound worse.
Abba?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Right now, this is the exact same setup. I haven't changed a single thing, except I put the mic way farther from my face and I turned the gain up to compensate, okay? So this is what a $600 audio chain sounds like when the mic is really far from my face. But if I turn the gain back down and I bring the mic to where it's supposed to be, that's the difference in quality between like probably 18 inches versus like 4 to 6 inches. It's a huge difference. Unless you literally have like a fucking dynamic boom mic or some shit, or there are certain mics you can get that'll go away from your face. I don't know enough about that to tell you what it is 100%. But unless you have like a particular type of microphone, it's really difficult to have it far from your face and have it sound good. So I would focus on that first. That's like one of the most important things is the positioning of the microphone. Yeah? Wait, hello?
Hi.
Oh. Do you think he's okay?
I don't know. Maybe he's just flabbergasted with the advice that you just gave to him. Or maybe he's talking to himself like an idiot right now.
Oh shit,
Ooh,
maybe he fucked with a setting and now his shit is fucked.
How would it sound if you had the gain all the way to 100% on your microphone, but then you adjusted it in Windows to lower it and raise it? Would it be better or worse?
It would sound blown the fuck out, and it's probably going to clip a lot. So, hold on, I have to be careful, because if you fuck with the mixer in the wrong way, it'll just like screech at you and probably destroy your ears. Okay, right, okay. I'm very quiet right now, right? Am I getting quieter?
You're getting quieter.
Okay, I'm pretty quiet right now, right?
I can't hear you no more, Steve.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, so I'm dropping the...
I can't hear you, Steven. No, Steven, where have you gone?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Now I can hear you again.
All right, can you hear me? Hello?
Like it's super quiet, but yes.
Okay, you can hear me, right? Wait.
Like no, you're like
wait. Test. Okay, now you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what it sounds like when a microphone has way too much gain applied to it. The volume is appropriate, maybe a little bit loud right now. But the issue is that I've gained the fuck out of it instead of just turning up the channel volume. And when you overgain a mic, it clips and gets distorted and it sounds super blown the fuck out. So that's what this is right now.
Oh, I like it. We should go with this one moving forward. It gives you more rage when you're in these Discord.
Is that what you want? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh wait, who was I with? Oh wait, I think it's still too high. It was Haas, right? When he was in a debate with me and he literally like turned the
gain up?
Yeah, he would turn the shit up on his mic and just start screeching.
Yeah, that's 900 IQ. Those are advanced debate tactics. You could learn a thing or two.
Yeah, maybe.
It's not about who's right or wrong, it's who's heard.
Sorry about that, guys. My internet cut out real quick.
You're a little quiet now.
Uh-oh.
But does it sound better?
You gotta turn it up.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if it sounds better. You're super quiet.
Does the Scarlett have a volume knob or is it only gain?
Okay, so it's got a bunch of knobs. So it's got the gain. It's also got a monitor. I don't know what that means, but
okay, on a mixer or an interface, monitor is usually just the volume that's sent out to the headphones because you're monitoring it. Make sense? Yeah, so that's not going to impact anything that anybody hears.
Okay, there's two buttons underneath the gain. It says one says INST and the other one says air. I currently have the INST on. I don't know what it means though.
The INST button on the Scarlett will set the input gain and impedance so it is optimized for a high impedance input. Pod Road. How many ohms is this? I don't think this is a high. Oh, this is a really high impedance mic, right? 320 ohms. Is that high enough to have that button on, guys? Probably. Or no? 300 plus is pretty high for a microphone, isn't it?
I'm really curious, how much worse would your audio setup be if you just used a fucking blue microphone, like 6 inches from your face? Would it be that much worse to go through all this bullshit?
Are you talking to me or ABBA? It's not that
You.
much worse.
Yeah, no, you, literally. Like, if you switched all your shit, got rid of all your fucking mixers and nonsense, and just had a fucking blue snowball 6 inches from your face, would it be the same quality? That's the thought. Oh, he's going to check. He's not ignoring me, ABBA, so you know, he's so concerned with what I've said that he has to test it right now.
Okay, hold on. So let me turn off the INST button, see if it changes anything, all right? So here, now I'm turning it off now. So this is me without the INST button. How does that sound? Any different?
Exactly the same, but I'm old, so.
Okay, and then I'm going to turn on the air button. The air button, I don't even know what it does. Here we go. Boom. How's that sound?
Exactly the same.
Does sound the same. Okay.
But you don't sound bad, though. What are you complaining about? What's the problem?
Oh, now I don't sound bad. I think me lowering the gain and then getting close to the mic made a huge difference already. There's also a 48-volt button, which...
I'll be careful pressing those buttons. Start messing with that stuff. That could be a little frisky, you know?
I mean, 48 volts just sounds cool. I don't know what the original voltage is like.
I feel like the 48-volt button, you're supposed to actually lick that with your tongue when you press that in. Don't press that with your finger.
Okay. I have to ask, Dan, do you have some kind of business involvement with Destiny, or is it just like purely like you guys have been knowing each other for a long time?
Yeah, known each other for a long time. You know, I'm kind of like the Robin to his Batman, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did the genesis of your relationship begin?
Oh, I was a pay pig many, many moons ago.
Okay. You'd just be donating, and then he'd be like, appreciate you, Dan.
Yeah, exactly. I worked my way up.
Okay. So you're technically just a tier 5 sub. Like, you've paid in so much money that you now get special privileges.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So, but you have to keep in mind, not anyone could donate as much as me to do it. Not only do you have to pay a lot of money, you also have to have a certain level of charisma, you know?
Okay. I ain't mad at that. There's only a limited amount of tier 5 subs available, so I'm very proud of you for reaching that
Well,
tier.
it's not easy. I'll tell you that right now. You know, it's like, you know, first off, you have to go through like probably close to the $350,000-$400,000 in donations over a short period of time, and then on top of that, you have to be funny. You can't like just do one without the other. It's got to be both. You know, so it's it's you know. But I encourage you and anyone else who's interested in the position to a shot.
Right. I'm not mad at it. I don't think there's ever going to come a point where I donate enough to be someone's friend at some point, but I think you guys have blossomed into something that's beautiful, you know?
Well, as I said, this is like the best like $450,000-$500,000 I've ever spent, you know?
I think he's about to switch his audio interface to try out what you suggested. So
I think so as well.
Wait, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, and by the way, I was mostly joking there. I did donate, but we're talking very, very small money.
Hey, man, listen. Small, big, doesn't matter. If you love somebody, you donate. So I support it.
How much have you donated, Steve?
In the content I've provided him, it's got to be thousands.
No, I'm talking about in the dollars that you've provided him.
I mean, the content I give him is just as much. You know what I mean? After his transition from Twitch, I'm like, bro, let me help you, man.
That's like my
I'll
level.
come on and pretend to be Dr. Umar Johnson. Whatever you need to make cheddar, I got you. So
that's my level of code.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me right now?
Yeah. It's a little loud, but the quality sounds fine.
Yeah. This is hold on. So I'm turning the gain down a little bit. I might.
Ooh, it sounds really good.
Yeah. This is just a Blue Yeti. So.
Is that just direct USB?
Yep. This is just literally just one USB mic right into the computer. Turning this down a little bit.
When I travel, I'm about to use that mic all day.
I mean, that's what I use too. But I use mine super far away.
Yeah, USB mics are totally 100% fine. If you just get like a USB mic, plug it right in, and like you don't have to go through like all the weird artistic audio shit in order to get stuff that sounds like pretty decent. But the most important thing, remember, is it has to be close to your face. If I take this same microphone, if I can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you, but
so this is that same microphone set up. Like people will set things up like really far away. They might turn it the wrong direction. They'll have here and they'll be shouting it. They're like, oh, this is why I don't use USB microphones because they always sound like shit. But the reason is usually because the positioning of the microphone is just off. As long as it's like pretty close to your face, like within like 6 to 8 inches, like it's gonna sound like pretty high quality.
Okay, cool. I'm looking at the Blue Yeti. Oh, it's not that expensive at all.
I mean, yeah, because Steve is used to things 6 to 8 inches away from his face, so that's not a problem.
Facts.
And big facts, actually.
Yeah, Dan's used to things 6 to 8 inches down his throat.
That is not true, by the way. He's slandering me.
Think so?
You know, that's actually the definition of actual malice as well, because you have no proof that that's the case, but you've just spread lies about me.
You don't know that I have no proof.
I do know that you have no proof.
I would have thought it was hilarious if Desi was like, I put my penis down your throat.
Ooh, when you were sleeping. Ooh, that's rape. Never mind.
Oh, what? Hold up.
Nick just said he's about to go to sleep right now. Are you serious?
Nick
This
Fuentes?
kid's, sleep schedule. He's been rage tweeting. He got really mad about last night.
Did he?
Yeah.
Last night was hilarious, bro.
It was
that was the
something.
most random impromptu, man.
Jesus. Wait, save this. Hold on. I'll be back in a second, and then we can chat.
All right. I'm about to buy this Blue Yeti right now. I'm just debating what color I'm going to get it in.
So my microphone is the Blue Yeti, and this is what it sounds like when it sounds like shit. Because I am 18 inches away from it. So I don't know if I sound really bad for you or whatever. Actually, I don't know if you know the difference because you haven't heard me anything else, but this is 18 inches.
Debating getting the black one or the blue one. This is the next step. I'll just get the blue one. Fuck it. It's a Blue Yeti. It makes it more conducive. All right, there you go. This is good. This is good. This is all good. You know what the problem is I don't trust a lot of these USB stuff because I bought a USB fucking video camera thing for streaming, and that shit's quality is terrible. So whenever I'm streaming with this,
You mean like a webcam or a capture card?
Yeah, the webcam. The Logitech.
Oh no.
Webcam.
So that's a very webcams are actually a very unique kind of different thing because they're limited. It's complicated, but essentially it's very hard to make a good USB webcam just for a lot of reasons. Essentially,
yeah.
I don't know. It's just complicated.
Yeah. So
I read a good article about it, but I've forgotten all of it.
So I took the webcam mic I have now, and it's serviceable, but if I don't have crazy lighting, like it's just trash. If I have natural lighting, it's not too bad actually. Like if I put my window right in front of my screen and I'm streaming during the day and I open the curtains, like it'll look great. But any other setting, it looks garbage. So
Do you use a DSLR now or what?
I have a DSLR, and so I can use that, but I already use my DSLR for filming all my videos, so I hate taking it off, unmounting it, setting it up for streaming purposes. So, and I don't know if I want to buy a second one just to jump on Discord calls because I don't plan on ever live streaming, for a career. So,
no. Why not?
It just doesn't interest me.
No.
Not
even a little bit. When you're doing it live and you say something and all of a sudden, like 6 seconds later, you see a stream of Omega lols and you're like, yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, that instant rush of dopamine.
Yeah, I like being in the live stream chats sometimes for some periods, or I like participating every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like streaming. It's just never been enjoyable. And I also don't like the idea of having to talk all day or doing that kind of shit.
Well, you can do it when you want to do it. It's your life. If you feel like doing it one day, get on up and go do it. And if you don't.
I think podcasting and doing like the YouTube shit, like it already takes up so much of my talking time. After a while, I'm just like, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff I feel like I could do that would benefit me career-wise or money-wise, but I just can't be bothered. I'd rather just buy my missile silo and just chill.
I'm starting to feel like you're actually not very serious about the missile silo, which kind of breaks my heart a little bit.
About the missile silo, I'm serious about it. So I'm definitely.
Let me hold on. I'll show you something here. Can you see the camera here? Okay, I'm gonna show you what I have here. No one else. I don't know if this is gonna still work. Audio.
Are you into graffiti?
No, I'm not. But I had people come here and do it in the thing. So let me. I don't know if you're still gonna be able to hear me or not. So hold on.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Is this working still?
It's still working. Yeah, Chad, if you guys know, I'm looking at his room.
So this whole closet here. I think you can see this. This is all filled with like survival food. So here's some rice. That one's extra. Like shit like this. So this is 5-gallon container. So we got a bunch of these. You know what mountain house is? Mountain house type foods. You know these? Yeah. I don't know. A bunch of this shit. And then fish antibiotics. Did I stress to you how important fish antibiotics are? I feel like you may not have gotten that one.
No, I haven't gotten that one yet. But Chad, if you guys couldn't see what was happening, he's pulling out jars and tubs of survival-related materials, foods, non-perishable goods.
Yeah.
And he's also got a crate. I think the chat's probably seen it, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah. Many times. Don't worry. Okay. But listen, fish antibiotics. Actually, let me see if I can find it. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no. Dan's room is crazy. Like, he looks like he built his podcast setup in the common area of some workplace. There's like a sink, a bar, graffiti, a table, sofa, all that good shit.
All right, we got it. So I'm gonna take you through a little journey here, okay?
All right, so what's going on with this fish biotics?
Okay. Don't laugh. This is very important. This is critical to you. Remember, we're at the end of the world here, okay? And you can't risk going to the hospital for the cut on your leg because they have the zombies virus out there right now. And you don't want to risk leaving your house because if you do it, you could catch the virus. You have to stay put. That's number one rule of survival, yeah?
Right.
So, you need to know, first step, and I don't know all these things off the top of my head, but I have a book. I have an entire copy of the Wikipedia stored offline, so I can reference it if I need something, as well as there's like a health type Wikipedia as well, and then I have some medical books as well. But anyways, the idea is you find out what's going on with you. You do your best bet to self-diagnose, because there is no doctor you can reach out. And then they're going to say, hey, you should take these types of antibiotics. So for instance, if they say you should take amoxicillin, you have fish mox, which is the same thing. It's designed to be put into the fish tank of the fish. It's not regulated because normally you can't buy antibiotics, but you can buy fish. So, and then we have ampicillin, fishcillin, right here. Okay. And then we have.
Are you confident that these things work just as well in humans?
Oh yeah, it's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Same thing, exactly. There is no difference. This is clindamycin hydrochloride. That's one right there. What else? What do we have here? This is ciprofloxacin.
So, just out of curiosity, is this like common for like animal medication to be very similar to human medication?
Why are you guys talking about prepper shit again? God damn it.
Yeah, it's going to be the same shit. But yeah, we have everything else here. So metronidazole, sulfamethoxazole, I can't even pronounce it. Cool. Cephalexin, and penicillin. Penicillin's not that useful anymore, actually. And doxycycline. And then that's it.
Wait. Penicillin's not useful anymore? I thought that was always like a good like if you have like an infection or whatever, like an like a broad spectrum antibiotic. Is it not anymore?
I don't think it's used as much compared to amoxicillin and other things. That's me though. I'm not a doctor, but I could be wrong.
Oh no, I think amoxicillin is used a lot in like clinical settings, but I thought that like for normies, I thought like if you have access to no other medication, I thought penicillin was still pretty good. I don't actually know.
Yeah, I don't either. We're all idiots, so who knows?
You just said it wasn't good, so.
Well, I said I was just asking questions. Okay, that's it. You can't arrest me for my opinion, man.
Oh, okay. So how do you feel about your new best neo-Nazi friend?
Certainly not a friend. I just thought it would make hilarious content if he did a dating show.
Yeah, true.
A really good job. Really good job, by the way, normalizing that type of person. Good job, Aldo.
Oh, my pleasure, man.
He was so much fun. Megalols. Oh boy, can't wait to have him on again. Do you think you can get Hitler for your next podcast?
Jesus Christ. Dan.
Oh, all right,
Sorry.
Dan's
Giving you a
going
hard
in.
time. Giving you a hard time.
You feel free. Feel free. I don't mind. The whole way that podcast started was funny. I thought Andrew Tate was trying to reach out to Sneeko, and Sneeko was missing out. So I hit him up. I'm like, yo, your chat saying to call Tate.
Oh, no.
So I fell for the bait.
Yeah.
I trusted.
There's also a really common one if you ever start streaming where people are like, hey, call Destiny, he's crying, or call X, they're crying. That's another one. People just make shit up, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't know. So then he tried to call him, and dude was sleeping. He was like, don't call me when I'm sleeping. So I felt bad. So he's like, but you have to come on now. So I agreed to. And then everything just kind of evolved from there. I thought I was just speaking with Sneeko and Jadeon, and then Nick Fuentes just showed up, and then he just started going off about race realism. I'm like, I don't know anything about the literature. I have no idea about none of it. So he just started rambling, and I'm sitting there awkwardly, like, I don't know how to counter any of these points because I don't know what the fuck he's talking.
Mm-hmm. Do you
So I think it optically looked worse than it was.
Sure. Do you how do you reach out to people? Do you ever feel bad when you reach out to people that you're leechy?
What do you mean?
Like, there's a lot of conversations that I'm listening to. So like when Nick popped up on that one yesterday, and I heard him starting to ramble off the like the fucking racial shit, I started getting triggered as fuck. Because I knew that there was like not going to be like an adequate like counter, and he was just going to be like preaching to Sneeko's audience of like 20,000 people, and he's just like getting a free pass and everything. And I want to message Sneeko, be like, bro, you gotta let me on. But then it feels like I'm like begging, so like, please let me come on, and I want like your viewership, right? It always feels like really weird. I can never balance that.
I think some people might perceive it that way. You just have to know, like with me, it won't be. So I think you just have to know the people that you're asking. If you're really worried about
it'll never feel that way to me either, Steve. Don't worry.
Shut up, Dan.
I understand that you're not after the clout. Not like that.
I think we all have that natural inclination. Like, there's been times where like a creator did something I really liked, and I want to reach out, just say, hey, I really appreciate that. But I didn't want to seem like I was like, on some shit where I'm like, let me be friends, because I don't want to be friends like that. So I think we all have a little bit of that insecurity where we don't want to perceive like we're there for the wrong reasons. But I think it really just comes down to how well do you know these people, and what is your intention going in. If you feel like it's more important for you to talk about these issues than it is to be accidentally perceived that way, then I would still go through with it. But if you know the people pretty well, just have that conversation beforehand. Like, yo, listen, if you're talking to someone crazy, I might hit you up to jump on. And then there's no reason for them to look at you crazy unless you do something to the contrary.
Yeah, sure, maybe.
Yeah, so if you know Sneeko has crazy guests on every now and then, you might want to jump on. Just hit him over like, yo, listen, if you're ever talking to someone that's crazy, I might want to jump on and ask you for it. Was that fair?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's more than fair.
Yeah. If you would have hit me up and said, yo, I'm trying to jump on right now, cool. I would have just asked Sneeko if it's fine, then I would have told you to. I'm glad you did, to be honest with you. Because he was just going off, gish galloping, talking about this whole thing. And I was hitting Jadeon. I'm like, bro, do you know anything about this?
Yeah, and it's like, fuck. And
like,
he's like, given the opportunity to ramble, like, he has a worldview put together that, like, if you let him talk about it long enough, it's going to sound pretty appealing. Like, it sounds like he's got it all figured out. And he seems like he's a pretty funny dude, pretty charismatic, you know?
Yeah. And the last thing I want to do is start screaming and yelling and be like, oh, I feel some type of way, but I have nothing.
Yeah, and you look unhinged. Crazy. Yeah, and then if you're wrong on anything, now you look like you just have a vendetta against him, and it's, like, really rough, yeah.
Right. But at the same time, I also look fucking stupid because I'm just sitting here while some... Like,
yeah, you're literally in a panel with, like, 3 black people.
Yeah. And we're just sitting here quietly like, So I don't know what to do in this moment because first off, that's what really cheesed me. Is I wasn't aware this was going to happen.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to throw in some random person like that, I really don't have an issue. But when they got like crazy unhinged views and you don't tell the others, it's not that I'm afraid of being on that kind of panel. It's like if I'm unprepared, I look stupid for being there because it just sounds like I'm chilling while this person's saying, oh yeah, black people have lower IQ.
They're just kind of stupid. Yeah, you know,
like everybody
part of the black brain.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And so I guess he's upset with how you were representing a lot what he was saying.
Who, Nick or Sneeko?
Nick. Who was going on the rant?
Oh, Nick is, yeah. Well, because usually if I have Nick on a one-on-one environment, I'll be like more kind of like friendly and personable. Just because I think I reach his audience better. But if he's like preaching to other platforms, well, now I have to start like staking out way harder positions. Like if he's talking to me one-on-one and he wants to talk that culture shit, I'll explore it with him because it's my audience and I control my audience and I'm fine with that. But if he's on some other shit, like on like Sneeko's panel or talking to Gideon or the Don guy or anybody else, Well, now I want him to be like, let's be clear. When you say culture, you're talking about motherfucker's skull size, okay? You're on some biological race realism shit. Let's be clear what you're talking about, because I don't want a whole bunch of people listening to be like, oh yeah, like this sounds base. Like I think everybody should have like the same culture. And it's like, he doesn't mean the same culture, my dude. He means the same skin color, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that distinction is important because I don't know. Me listening to him is interesting because he was referencing stuff I hadn't read up on, so I couldn't really counter him on that. But some of the other stuff he said, where he claimed like his faith was his most important identity process, but that he wouldn't prioritize his religion when choosing a partner.
Yeah, that was a really good question.
Yeah.
Was that you too?
Yeah, that's the one, because he was telling me like he was very religious. I was like, which one do you identify more with? And then he said religion. I was like, cool. So then why would you just marry a black woman who's religious over like a white woman who's not? And then he started stuttering and pausing. I'm like, okay, well, that means your priorities aren't what you claim they are.
Exactly, yeah.
And I wish they would just do that more often. Just say like, yeah, for me, whiteness is more important, because then I wouldn't have an issue. We know where you stand. But it's the trying to play both sides whilst also saying some shit that's clearly fucked up that interests me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because then the positions sound pretty reasonable. Like I wanna marry somebody that shares my like core values. That's a fair point. I think everybody feels that way. But when I say core values, I mean my most important value is skin color. It's like, okay, well now we're on some different shit. Now it's a little,
Right, and it was also fascinating how Sneeko was like really on top of all of it and like, you know, being supportive, because I think even Sneeko at some points had to like walk some stuff back and be like, you know, maybe this worldview is not the best for my existence.
Sure.
But that was interesting watching Sneeko be so enamored with him.
I think it's I've said this before, but it's that anti-establishment shit is so attractive. Like if you can preach some shit about how like the system is fucked and everybody's a bot or whatever, like you can say almost anything after that, and like the other anti-establishment types will just like soy out and be like, oh yeah, bro, of course, 100%.
Okay, maybe this doesn't make sense. I was trying to think about it in my head, but isn't that kind of indicative of the fact that despite being so different, even having worldviews where like one would lead the other person to not exist, you find such common ground with someone who shares your perspective over your race that you're like even willing to entertain that? Is what I'm saying?
What is the question? Is that like an indictment of your worldview, or?
Because, you know, if you're coming from an angle where you're like against multiculturalism and all this other stuff, isn't it kind of interesting that these two people were able to connect so strongly on their anti-establishment views, even beyond the fact that like one wants the other one to not exist anymore?
Oh, no, I think there's some truth to the, people meme about it online, but there's some truth to the idea that like, fuck, I tweeted a video the other day where it's like, racists are awesome. Like, as long as you're racist, they'll accept you no matter what race you are. Because it was like some like black nationalist and white nationalist like walking off somewhere, and the guy's like, why do you even like this dude? It's like, oh, he's racist just like me or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Like, unironically, like some of these groups are like pretty inclusive, which is funny. Or they make like a lot of bullshit reasons for like why it's okay that like, you know, swarthy Spaniards are allowed in their movement, or Hispanic people are allowed as long as they're white enough or whatever. So
yeah, I mean, hatred is hatred. I'm sure they can understand each other. That's beautiful in its own. Really
yeah, I'd be careful. I wouldn't say hatred. I think it's, you really just want to belong to like a group or a club. And yeah, I mean, racism plays out as hatred a lot, but I think it's important that like, it's a little bit different, because I don't think it stems from hatred. I think it stems from like not belonging and like kind of looking for a group. Yeah. I mean, it's racism, I guess. Like as a white person, I can be a little bit more detached from it than you can because I'm not affected as much. So yeah, but yeah, I think that I think it's more like people just want to belong somewhere, and racism is a really easy way to get people to buy into it.
Do you have any regrets about yesterday?
I feel like I did about as well as I could have. It was a really, really, really difficult conversation, because I have to skirt the line between, I think, one, everybody, especially minorities, I'll say instead of black people, but we've talked about this before, that like black people are automatically kind of predisposed to kind of like not trust the system for a variety of reasons. So when I'm stepping into an environment where you've got one guy that is like selling that anti-establishment narrative, and he's also like pretty funny and he's telling jokes and shit, to push back on him, I have to do it in a way that is like, I'm pushing back substantively on everything he's saying, but I can't come off as like a screechy Redditor. Like, I don't want to come in like soying the fuck out, and then everybody's like, well, Nick was like chill, he's just like chatting with us, and now you've like turned it into a screaming match. So yeah, I don't know. So it's a really, really difficult needle to thread.
Yeah, I think generally a softer approach is going to work with most kind of situations.
For sure. Although in that circumstance, he's on so much wild shit. I'm like, bro, this guy's literally saying, like, you know how black people beat their girlfriends? Like, we gotta chill, dude. Yeah.
Right. That shit fascinated the shit out of me. But I think what works really well for Nick is like, even though he can be very sneaky with some of the stuff that he says, or a little bit slippery with some of the takes, like, you know, the one with the religion and marrying a black woman or whatever. He is quite charismatic, and he does appear to be willing to say the off-the-cuff stuff, kind of in the same vibe as Trump, that it makes him endearing to some degree.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, because when people are willing to also openly say stuff that's like really ass backwards and say it with a smile and say, like, it's hard to describe charisma to people, but he does have that for him. And so it can make him seem more trustworthy than he actually is. So even though he's telling you literally, like, I don't want your people to exist anymore, like, because of how he says it, it makes it more palatable, which is fucked up to think about, but it is true. And I think good politicians have that ability.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of people, because I had to stress this a little bit early on. People say some shit like, I really appreciate Trump because he's honest. I was like, okay, well, hold on, okay? Just because somebody's being honest doesn't make them good. It just makes them honest. It's good to be honest, but that doesn't make the message good, right? Like, I can tell you to your face, like, I really want to kill you because you're a homosexual. And, like, it's cool that I'm honest, but that doesn't make the message good, okay? We have to be able to evaluate whatever's coming past the honesty. And people seem like they lose track of that sometimes, where, well, as long as they're being straightforward, they're being a truth sayer, you know, I could definitely get on board with what those guys saying. It's like, all right.
Yeah, I think the issue becomes, I think folks have gotten so used to hearing politicians speak and the way that they kind of dodge and weave a lot of difficult questions and, you know, kind of give a lot of lip service, that when they hear someone just be candid in a political context, it is refreshing. That's why, even though I can fully acknowledge he's absolutely a racist person, and if his views were to come to pass, I'd be extremely against it. I could still have a laugh and enjoy some of it because I'm like, it is refreshing.
For sure it is. It's just scary. It's just scary the idea of like being able to take over like a really big audience, because Nick has initially he kind of hitched himself on me because I was one of the only people willing to kind of like hear him out, because I'll listen anyway now, and I like the arguments. He's a smart guy, so it's like challenging, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But now he's like very clearly, he sees like Sneako's audience. I don't think if my audience gets converted to Nazis, then you know what, go for it. Like I'm a dumb fuck, and I deserve it if that happens, and they deserve it. Fuck them. But Sneako's audience, I think, is way more primed for that kind of stuff, because he's not like a hardcore debater kid or anything like that. So I think they're a little bit warmer, amenable to that type of rhetoric. So I just have to be, that's just something that I have to keep in mind, I guess. When I see Nick like jumping on Sneako shit over and over and over again, it's like, fuck, imagine he grows like a huge audience off the back of Sneako's stuff. That would be really, really, really bad.
I mean, I think that's inevitable. The way that the Red Pill movement kind of functions, their views really do a lot of his and those.
Sure, a little bit, yeah.
Well, not just a little bit. I think most Red people, you know, profess their love for religion and conservative values, this whole kind of like, you know, appealing to, you know, what the parents want. And so when he talks about one mono-ethnic or mono-cultural society and one group of people in power, like that's the way a lot of these red pillars would see society.
The only reason I say a little bit is because like I think yesterday Nick fucked up in going a little bit too hard. Normally he's more tactful. He was really bad on the race stuff. Like, there were a couple of things where he either should have just lied or been more tactful. Like, that thing about, like, if I have a black roommate, we're probably going to fight over the shower more. Why would you even say that? Like, you don't need to say that to maintain your audience. That was so stupid.
I think he was trying to find a good example to be able to still make his point palatable. I think he fucked up on that.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe black people didn't take it this way, but that sounded wild to me. The idea that, like, if I had a black roommate, we're going to be fighting over shit more just because he's black. Like, even if I was racist, I don't think I would ever say that, but...
I agree, but I really think that their desire to have conservative values trumps any kind of racist stuff that he would say.
Oh, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if you're saying there are like certain minorities that are like, you know what, dude, he's conservative. Yeah, he's racist, but at least we connect on this. You think they'd be like chill with it?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. That's possible.
Absolutely. Most of the views that I've seen within like the red pill sphere track really well along with the conservative part.
Sure.
Their love of cops, their anti-establishment views. They're
The Trump
pro-second,
worship.
and these views in a vacuum are not wrong. Like, I agree on, like, for example, the Second Amendment. I think people's right to bear arms. Like, I'm cool with some of the ideas that they have, but what I'm trying to say is it tracks perfectly along. And so I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Nick go on like a bunch of red pill podcasts. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. In fact, I am very confident that through his connection with Sneeko, I can see this guy meeting with a lot of people within the red pill sphere. You can't see it?
Wait, fuck, say that last thing again. I'm sorry. I just got super triggered. My bad. Just repeat just that last sentence.
I was just saying that I could see Nick Fuentes going on a bunch of these red
Oh, yes. Yeah, the only thing, the biggest inhibitor, God, I hate, do you know who FD signifier is?
Sure, yeah, I know.
God, I hate that fucking loser fuck piece of shit. Fuck, I hate him so much. Sorry.
Whoa, what happened?
Him and Noah Samson, two fucking loser video essayist, racist fucking pieces of shit. I fucking tweeted. I opened it. I shouldn't have it. Now I'm off. Now I'm triggered. Sorry. Okay.
No, pull it up. I mean,
no. Hold on. Responding to your point. I'm sorry, because you bring up a good point, and that there is like a lot of overlap between like the conservatives and kind of like the red pillars and like the neo-Nazis. The only thing I think that would keep them from going there is that because these guys aren't like good representatives of like red pill stuff. Like if Nick is admittedly like an incel and shit, I don't know if Nick Tate's audience or like a Fresh and Fit audience, or not Nick Tate, I'm sorry, Andrew Tate or like a Fresh and Fit audience is going to be looking at like these people as role models. You know, that might be the one thing that keeps them out. But
oh no, I vehemently disagree.
You think?
In fact, I've seen Tate do podcasts with like Muslim scholars or Christian scholars, and they ate all that shit up.
Oh, I guess if they're only there to talk about like that particular thing, maybe yeah. Like if they're only talking about politics and not like dating or anything like that, sure.
Mm-hmm. I could definitely see them overlapping. They would eat that shit up. I mean, just the mere fact that these guys constantly reference religion and religious leaders and stuff like that, like they're gonna go right down that rabbit hole. But yeah, you want to talk about this tweet that you saw that pissed you off? Because I think what happened?
Hold on. I don't even need to respond to these fucking losers. I just realized I'm done with these guys and I need to be done. Okay. It's just, people always get mad about the platforming argument. So basically, I think Noah Samson was tweeting out like, oh, like just chatting with my Nazi friends, all having fun and blah, blah, blah. Because he's one of those people that think that you should never platform an opposing view ever, that they need to be banned from the internet, thrown into the guillotine, murdered, raped, killed, everything. Like any opposing viewpoint has to be excised from society. Otherwise, like the Nazi disease will infect everybody's brain. And then FD signifier was, I don't know if he's making a Uncle Tom joke or I don't know.
I think they're mostly pissing and moaning about Sneeko and Sneeko platforming.
Subscribe to
Sneeko platforming, Fuentes or whatever.
Subscribe.
But I hate these types of people because both of these fucking losers will never ever change a single person's mind in their entire life. Like their entire platforms and purpose for existing is literally just to preach to the choir, which is fine. Hold on, let me back up. Sorry, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm better than this. I got over this kind of mean shit. Hold on.
Oh yes, the whole irresponsible.
Yeah. Let me
talking to people.
Yeah, let me rewrite that. Okay. I think that there can be an important role that you play in informing your own audience about certain topics. I think that's great and fine. I think that you can do that, and I think there's a place for that, and there's value there. That's really good. But what I don't like is those people veering out of their lane to fight with people like me, okay? I like to talk in combative audiences because I think that I can slowly change people's minds on the other side. But when I have these worthless subhuman fucking boat anchors dragging me to the bottom of their fucking shit-filled ocean where they just want me to preach about, oh, progressivism and diversity is our greatest strength, and that's all I should be screeching to everybody, and I should never talk to anybody with an opposing point of view. I hate it. It drives me fucking crazy. Sorry. Okay, that's all I got.
Yeah. The whole idea of like, don't platform these people, don't give them a voice, don't give them oxygen. I don't know. I just don't care for it. To me, it's more interesting to hear what these people have to say and to sift through it myself. I think as a grown adult, I feel as though I have at least the critical thinking ability to be able to discern when someone's trying to be very deceptive or not. And if I don't hear them out, I can't make that kind of
for sure
prescription, or I can't understand them that way. And so is there an argument to be made that frivolously bringing on these people and letting them ramble on about their views for an hour is probably bad? Sure. I think you'd certainly make that.
Well,
but I think if you have a counterweight to that, then at the very least, you've balanced it out to some degree.
Yeah,
but
and my issue
I
is...
would want to hear these people and why they think what they think, even if it's unedited and not interrupted. I think it's interesting for me because I'm like, oh, that's how your brain functions. That's how you came to your conclusions. But I don't know. I don't like the whole idea of like, well, these people are problematic, so we shouldn't give them any oxygen. I'm like, why?
Yeah, and
these views are out there. Let's hear them.
Exactly. Those are the two big issues. That one is people need to know how to address these views, because I see way too many times. I've seen clips of Matt Walsh's documentary where he's asking questions like gender studies professors, and they don't know how to answer. And I'm like, bro, are you fucking serious? That, and two, these views are out there. There's people that believe them. There's people that talk about them. You can't just like cover your ears and go la 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 and pretend that they don't exist, because people are out there listening and they're getting indoctrinated. And it's part of your responsibility as somebody that exists out here and believes in the things you believe to be able to adequately counter these views. Like, no offense, and I'll say this a million times, and they can click me as many times as they want. Like, if Nazism or fascism is so easy to spread that like people just listening to these people on a YouTube thing or a podcast or whatever is going to make them Nazis, then fuck it. We should all just be fucking Nazis. If it's that infectious, you're not going to stop it anyway. Like, I don't believe that, though. That's wild. You should be able to push back against these ideas. We literally fucking beat Nazis in World War II, okay? Like, how you can't beat them on fucking YouTube or fucking Twitter? That's wild to me. How little confidence or faith you have in your own system of belief that you think that just by having one of these dudes speak for 20 minutes, your entire fucking audience is going to become a meme comic and, like, be radicalized, instantaneously. That shit drives me wild.
Yeah. Okay, two things. I got to respond to two things here. Didn't respond. Okay. 10 minutes. Okay, so let's do the first one. Actually, we'll do the second one first. So this is something I see a lot of people. I got a few Instagram DMs. Yo, how dare you just sit there and listen to Nick Fuentes and all this stuff? Like, guys, this wasn't a prepared thing. This is a complete surprise event. All right. If somebody would told me we're going to have a race realism debate with Nick Fuentes, probably wouldn't have showed up. Okay.
Sure.
So it's important to note that like the circumstance that led to me and Jadion being there is one. Two, just because we sat there quietly didn't mean we agreed. I just let the man ramble because I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. So how did I look stupid just being like, excuse me? Like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Okay. So those two things are different. It doesn't mean that because I was sitting there quietly that I agreed with anything this man was saying. I was just letting him go because I had nothing to rebut with. And the second thing, people had this critique of you, and so I'm gonna play devil's advocate for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, we agree that you've probably been able to change people's minds and you've wrecked Sneeko in a debate, etc., etc. But when you do up to 10 videos on this guy, or you do 10 debates with him and you keep wrecking him, so would you not argue that you are no longer doing it to inform people like his views are backwards, but you're just essentially doing it for entertainment? That would be FD Signifier's argument.
I mean, I think that there is. So this is something that I talked about before, and you brought it up as well. I don't think there is a thing as just entertainment. I think it's always playing two roles. Like when you're entertained, it's like that idea of like when someone's like, oh, it's just a joke. And it's like, well, it kind of is, but there's something else that's going on at the same time. So I mean, like, is it entertainment? I mean, ultimately, everything I do on stream really is for entertainment, right? It's not like academic or anything. But I mean, like, it's a little bit more than just entertainment, right? Because we're talking about like pretty serious issues. So, I mean, if you want to make the accusation, or someone want to make the accusation of like milking content or whatever, I mean, that's probably true to some extent as well. But like, and this is kind of like the double-edged, or this is like the tightrope that every political streamer can walk on. In some ways, maximizing entertainment or maximizing like hot topics is kind of the same as maximizing your political effectiveness too. Because somebody might say, well, I think you're just covering all this red pill stuff because it's blowing up right now and it's really popular. And in one sense, I can just counter and say, yeah, that's true. I am covering it because it's blowing up and it's popular. If it wasn't popular, it wasn't blowing up, I wouldn't fucking talk about it because there's no reason to talk about it, right? Like if Andrew Tate is like getting really popular and a whole bunch of people have some horrible opinions on women as a result of videos he's making, well, of course I'm going to talk about it. Like that's literally, that makes it worth talking about. You know, if there was like some weird dude that like tweeted out that he wants to like rape all women and men should be able to do that and he's getting like 2 likes, well, I'm not going to cover his shit. Nobody believes what this guy's saying. That's fucking wild. Why would I even give him, the time of day? That's just dumb. But yeah, when it gets more popular, it's kind of, I think it's worth talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and not talking about these things doesn't make it go away. Not discussing these people doesn't stop this wave that's coming or all this stuff. The Manosphere stuff was getting popular for quite some time without anybody really covering it. Then a bunch of people did their fucking video essays on it, still remained just as popular, if not more. You know, like there was no way to really stop this tidal wave because I think the societal issues that existed that kind of led to this movement growing existed before any of these rebuttals happened. So to me, when people say like, oh, it's promoting this stuff and making it worse, like what proof do you have of that? What proof is there that when you or somebody else covers it, that it makes the situation worse? I think that's just mental cope that people have because they can't accept the fact that they don't have control over the fact that this shit's spreading and it's getting more popular. And so they look to people and they're just going to prescribe to them like responsibility. Oh, this is your fault. This is your fault for encouraging and platforming these people. It's like, stupid. This stuff was already spreading irrespective. I think I just now have an opportunity to show to my audience or whoever it is why it's stupid and also make some money.
Yeah, people will do that where they will I'll debate somebody or I'll talk to somebody and then they'll get like really big and be like, oh, that's your fault. That person grew because of you. I was like, well, okay, hold on. Do you really know that they grew 100% because of me? Because like there are people that I have platform that haven't grown and they just like disappeared into nothing. And then there are people that I have debated that and there are people that I haven't debated that have grown, and there are people that I have debated that have like totally disappeared. So it's like, who's to say, like, you know, I mean, you can have some effect, of course. It would be silly for me to say like there's no effect ever. That would be disingenuous. But I think it's a little bit silly to get into this hardcore thing, like where you're like, oh, you 100% are the sole reason why this guy grew, and if you would have just ignored him, they wouldn't have at all. It's like, okay, like people claim that I did that to Keffels, that I was the reason why Keffels blew up. It's like, I don't know if that's the case, man, but
I understand that people might have some effect, but to what ability we can even measure that, it's very difficult. It could also be said that by not talking about it, you make it worse because people are like, oh, they have no rebuttal to this. Nobody can counter these people because what they're saying is the truth. So if nobody rebuts them or nobody goes at them or constantly talks about like how wrong this stuff is, well, you know, if they're working so aggressively hard to spread their ideology and their ideas and nobody ever counters them, how do you ever stop that spread?
No.
Out of curiosity. I'm asking you, how would you stop it?
I don't think you can. And this is also kind of like my issue is that type of thinking, because this is kind of the trap that Vosh painted himself in and the ideology these guys paint themselves in, is you basically put yourself in a world where you can never, ever, ever talk about like growing negative trends because you're just like irresponsibly platforming or giving attention to something. And it's like, well, I guess we don't ever talk about this now because we can't platform any of the other speakers. We can barely contend with the ideas because a lot of these guys don't even know what the ideas are because they're like, they make these horrible caricatures or straw men. These like, honest to God, one of the most impressive things that I can do in other people's eyes when I'm having debates with some of these red pillars, a lot of these people are shocked that I even understand their point of view. Like if I can summarize like, oh, like they believe this because of that and that and that. A lot of people on the other side will hear them, they're like, oh wow, this guy at least understands what we fucking think or feel. And that automatically puts me ahead of, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, but of like 98% of other left-leaning online commentators. Because if you ask them, like, what's the point of the red pill? They'll say, oh, it's because they hate women. What's the point of like race realism or America First? Oh, it's because they hate minorities. Like, no, like that. That's not the point. And then when you say that over and over again, and then here's the biggest problem. This is like the dare problem. And it almost happened yesterday on that podcast, or maybe it even did a little bit with some of the other people on that podcast. The problem is that when you say over and over again, well, what is Nick Fuentes? What is America First? They hate minorities. They hate minorities. So it's just all born out of hate. And then you actually meet them, or you see them interact with somebody, and you're like, well, hold on. 4 black dudes talked to Nick last night, and yeah, he was a little bit edgy, but he seemed pretty friendly. They were laughing, they were joking, you know, they were going back and forth. He didn't really seem like he hated them that much. And when they asked him, he's like, no, I don't hate black people. I just think we should all have our own places. That actually seems a little bit reasonable. Now, because you've primed their mind in one direction so hard, when they are confronted with reality and they see it's nothing like what you described, now they're not going to believe a single fucking thing you say. And that's nobody's fault but your own. It's the same one that I argue like for the Breonna Taylor shit or for the Michael Brown shit or for any other thing. When you misrepresent like a BLM case and then somebody like sees the facts like, wait, what? Now that you've lost their ear completely, they're not going to trust a single fucking thing you say. And that's your fault because you don't have to be like that. Just accurately summarize their views and attack them from there. When you inaccurately summarize somebody's views, it makes me think you don't have a counter for it. That's what drives me crazy.
I think what you said about priming them negatively and then finding out that wasn't true, like, that is the basis for like how the red pill stuff got very popular. I think society was primed a certain way, and then they came to learn that life was very different, and then that made them enraged, and then they went the opposite direction. So I think that's how you create that kind of anti-establishment sentiment. So yeah, entirely, I do agree. You know, I don't. Noah Samson, is that the guy who like
Yes.
Oh, no. And he does like these like deadpan jokes and always has like a deadpan voice.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I got it from the first impression. Yeah.
I don't mind FD Signifier. I've watched like maybe a video. It's too long, so I just can't watch all. But I don't mind the content personally. I find it so funny because I think Jadeon brought this up to me. He talked to me about H3H3 and I watched his debate with him. And H3H3 said pretty much verbatim what like you hear Hassan and these guys say, which is, why would you platform these people? It's irresponsible. Like, there's no conversation, blah, blah, blah. I wonder if these guys understand that the very reason why the Red Pill movement became so popular, or why a lot of these other movements become so popular, is because their issues aren't discussed. Because they don't see the things that they care about that are affecting them on a day-to-day basis being reflected in discourse. Okay? When these people feel so disenfranchised with all the discourse, which like pretty much only centered around women's issues for a very long time.
And LGBT and minority,
Which, cool, there's issues to be dealt with. It's not wrong. But when they feel ignored, how are you then going to complain that like about these people who are now speaking to them, even if it's not good? We can agree on a lot of it being bad. Even if it's not good, they're the only ones talking to their issues. So then not talking about it led to these movements being created. And then they also want you to not talk about it now that these issues are in the mainstream. Because then it grows it. And then they expect anything to change. It's like, bruv, the way we got to this point was not talking about it. The way that these movements even got big was not talking about it. And now that it's big, you're like, let's not talk about it.
Yeah.
It's like, do you not see like the cognitive dissonance? Like, I feel so dumb sometimes because I'll vehemently disagree with some of the stuff the Red Pill say, much like yourself. And then I'll listen to the other side, and they sound so stupid and unhinged. Their idea of dealing with problems is not confronting it. Whereas the Red Pill people will be like, you're always in control. You got depression, get out of bed. You're dealing with something, you're the one who needs to deal with it. All of it's in your power. And then the other guys are just being like, everything's systemic.
It's all systemic. It's all oppression. You can't do anything. Everybody's beautiful at every size. You're all fat or whatever. Yeah, that's why I always try to have empathy for people like, even people like Sneeko. Like my audience will look at him and be like, oh, like he's so stupid or whatever. It's like, yeah, because you listen to me all day. That sounded really conceited. I didn't mean it that way. But like, if you're in a world where all you're listening to are like the craziest left-wing bots you can hear, like, bro, it's hard for me to not turn into a fucking Nazi, and ironically, when I listen to some of these dudes, though. Because, like, you listen to some of these guys on the left, and you're like, you guys are unhinged. You actually sound fucking insane. Like, I feel like if I were to be inundated in this media landscape for, you know, a couple weeks, and I wasn't already fully bought into, like, what your messaging was, like, I would just come out as, like, the most hateful, evil fuck person in the world. And even a lot of people on the left are starting to get sick of, like, how radical some of the, like, Me Too stuff has gotten, some of the LGBT stuff has gotten. It's like, damn, you guys need to turn it the fuck down. What is wrong with you guys?
I don't know where these things are going, and you know, even identifying as a centrist nowadays, or even someone's like center left or whatever, it's just like a cop out in people's eyes. You know? Well, there's no such thing as a center left. You're just a right winger in disguise. I'm like, all right. And last night's podcast, I think, was like a good reflection of our inability to accept that people on our team don't do everything the same way.
Sure.
You know, like if I were to sit down with FD Signifier and we were to talk about, you know, a good majority of like social issues, social programs, what we want for our society, what we want our government to be doing, I think there'd be a lot of overlap in terms of like what we agree on politically. But I think the way that they go about like prescriptively telling folks like what folks can't or can't be doing and what's good for the group is just so off-putting. It makes you not want to identify with the group whatsoever. And I feel like I've talked about this enough, so it's not something I want to really rehash. But me reading those tweets, I'm just like, it's crazy how all of these guys repeat the same fucking rhetoric, which is essentially don't talk. Don't platform these people. I don't know. It's interesting that they all have the exact same talking points, and it really does make them sound like bots. And so when I hear Sneeko call them bots, more and more I'm like, I'm starting to get it.
Yeah, 100%, and that's always my issue.
Because they do sound like bots.
They do, and they repeat the same brainless talking points, and they don't even understand the opposition. They don't even know what they're arguing against. Like, they don't know why these people are so upset or why they're so fucking triggered over shit. And it's like, fuck, like.
Okay. Yeah. Let me pose this to you. If I'm an uncertain person, I don't know how to feel about these issues, okay? I got the red pill guy who says, I'll talk to anybody. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You could be a neo-Nazi. Don't matter. I'll talk to anyone. And then you have the other side who says, you don't need this information. These people are bad for you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Who are
and
you more
automatically,
likely,
yeah,
who are you
just
more likely to be open to the person who wants to show you everything, quote unquote, you know, or the person who's like, we don't talk to these people because they're bad. Don't worry, you don't need to know about them. You just need to know neo-Nazi.
Yeah, it almost sounds like,
white
even
supremacy.
without even knowing what they think or believe or feel, like it's almost like you automatically like, yeah, you know, I'm probably not going to go with you. Okay, you sound like you're kind of a little bit afraid of conflict, you know? Yeah.
How about, let me put this point to you. I didn't have that strong of an opinion on Nick Fuentes. I haven't seen him much, okay? Dion didn't have much of an opinion on Nick Fuentes. We hadn't seen him much. By the end of that discussion last night, we both came away thinking like, oh yeah, this man's definitely a white supremacist. And this man is definitely bad for black folks and minorities alike and for whatever image we have for the country. How can you look at that conversation and think like we came out of it like, oh yeah, this guy's fucking awesome? Are you crazy? Like we both came away with a concrete idea that we didn't have of him before. All right? And so, yes, is some audience going to veer towards that? Sure. But they were probably already primed to fall for that kind of rhetoric to begin with.
Yeah.
To me, at least for me personally, like now I have a clear idea of who he is. And so I know how to move accordingly now. But I would not have trusted other people's opinions of him. Because let me tell you, if other people trusted other folks' like hearsay opinion about me, they would probably view me as a fucking antichrist. Because there's people out there who view me that way. And so I don't put too much stake I don't put too much stake into what other people try to tell me about other folks. The same way when you were going on Fresh and Fit, you could pull out the DMs. I literally told you nothing about them other than you should go on the podcast. Is that true?
Yeah.
Why did I say that? Because I'm like, you should make your own
draw your own opinion. Yeah.
That's it. So I don't know. To me, the podcast last night did not make me more like adjacent to white supremacy or more like down with it. Nor did my audience members come away thinking like, you know what, man, I'm down with being erased as a black person. Like, I don't think that's what happened. But I think these guys disagree and they think we contributed to harm. So what are you going to do from here on out to be better? I'm asking you.
What do we do in terms of like platforming people, or in terms of like reaching out to people on the left or right? Which ones?
Well, for your irresponsible actions last night, engaging with Sneak over the 11th time, and also helping to platform Nick onto an even platform.
I mean, I like platforming where I'm at. I think that if you believe strongly enough in your ideas, you should be able to defend them. And if you can't, then get the fuck out. Or change your mind on shit. If you feel that unconfident about whatever you're preaching, that you feel like it can't stand up to any other person, then just leave. Then either you have a shit ideology or you're not the person to defend it. And then let the people that can do it and stay the fuck out of our way. That's what I would say. But
would you ever have a debate with either of those? Oh, I think you did one with Samson, right?
They'll never talk to me though, because I'm a Nazi to them. Unironically, neither of those characters.
You didn't debate Samson?
No, he will. Those people never talk to me. No.
Really? I thought you debated him for some reason.
Well, fuck. Did I talk to him years ago? I talked to him a long time ago. Does anybody know? Actually, somebody can tell me.
Oh no, you talked to the other guy on TikTok who said like fat phobia is like as bad as racism or whatever. Who's the TikTok nerd? Political's what's his name? He's kind of like he looks like Samson, but without a mustache and a little bit chubbier.
I'm not sure now. Oh,
you
Mr. Beard.
Oh yeah. The guy who has no what was his take? Like your words are violence or some shit like that.
Some wild, just dumb shit.
Yeah, when you use the word retard, it was like oppressive, something like that, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, so it was him you talked to. It wasn't Samson. You don't think Samson would ever be down to talk to you, or FD Signify either?
If either of them wants to, I would. FD won't. He literally has me blocked on Twitter.
Okay.
The Samson guy, man, if I don't know, I could tweet at him. Oh,
he did give you a shout out though. He said that you had a debate with Sneeko 10 times and you wrecked him every time. So I mean,
no, that wasn't a shout out. What was the end of that tweet?
I think he might have said something like, "So
He's
this isn't about changing minds. This is about entertainment."
Exactly. So fuck him. Okay. No, that wasn't a compliment. That was a backhanded insult.
Okay. I mean, you still acknowledge the fact that you wrecked him. I'm not gonna lie. If that was me, I'm like, I did destroy that motherfucker. You know?
Yeah, but they view that whole action as negative. They're like, wow, you wrecked him, so you got views on your YouTube. Congratulations, you're making money off the backs of the suffering of like all the people that are being.
That's why you got to develop some selective hearing or reading. You know what I mean? Just take the parts that you like and ignore the rest. And be like, I am that dude. You know what I'm saying? You could have took that moment, went in the mirror, flexed a little bit, like, hey, Sneeko, I sunned you. You could have done that. Instead, you're just looking at the negatives. You feel
Listen, dude, just because I have a woman's name doesn't mean I can selectively hear like a woman, okay? So slow down.
Yo, you know what? Someone pulled this up yesterday. They're like, look at these guys not laughing at Destiny's N-word joke, but they laughed at Nick Fuentes. And you know what I realized? When you do a joke, you abandon your joke because you know it's fucking problematic. So before anybody can voice any outrage, you abandon.
Well, yeah, if something's not going over, you just move on to the next thing.
No, but you don't even give it a chance to sit. You know, you gotta commit
That's
to
some
no,
risky
you have
shit,
to
my
commit
dude.
to the joke. No, you have to commit to it. This is why I'm saying this. Okay,
Yeah.
The reason why Nick does so well with that kind of racist humor, okay, and why it's like so obscene is because not only does he not flinch, but he stares you in the eyes. He's like, I love my black people, and there's such an unhinged look in his face, like he's committed 150%. In your case, you will give the joke, and before the joke even has a second to breathe, you're already laughing like, I'm just kidding. Let it sit. Let him get a little
All right, I'll do that
uncomfortable
next
before you
time.
bring him
Yeah,
back.
I will. Okay. I'll remember this, okay? We're going to drop some big ones next time, okay?
Yes, exactly. Let the pause set in and then break it. Why? Because the pause gives a sense for tension, okay? And then, boom, you hit him with the like, nah, we good. Don't worry. You still gonna find me too.
All right.
All right?
All right, got
That's-
it.
that's
I'm doing
my
this on an
advice.
in-person
If
debate.
you don't believe me, here.
I'm
Anybody
doing it.
who's
It's too
listening,
late. Well, I'm going to try it. I believe you, okay?
I want you guys to do like a compilation of him doing these kind of edgy jokes and look at his reaction immediately after he says the joke. Just do a compilation. You'll notice what I'm talking about. All right. So let it hang. You know what I'm saying? Let your balls hang.
Okay, I'm on it, dude.
All right. You got D&D again today? I thought you already did that shit yesterday.
Yeah, I'm doing 2 in a row because we're doing some side quest shit to save Mr. Mooten.
Okay. Yo, one day when you're done with your current campaign, we'll definitely set one up together, man.
Yeah, sure thing. Maybe we can have Nick as part of it, you know? See how FD Signifier and Noah feel about that one.
Oh, you know what I suggest that dating show? I just thought it'd be great content. I'm not gonna lie, like I don't love it. I still think I would too. Listen, I don't like Nick. I think you know he is a racist person, but I would 100% tune in to watch a white supremacist date on one like if I saw what's his name, Aiden Ross, bring on fucking Nick Fuentes, 150. There's literally nobody else online that I want to see more on that show than him, just to see the absurdity of it. I want to see what this man is like.
You know what's kind of like sad / funny is there are like there's a nugget of truth there where I think for a lot of these people, if they met the right person, it would radically change their worldview.
Who's these people?
Like racist people.
Okay, yes.
I'm really embarrassed to say it, but like I grew up in Nebraska, and I was never racist. But if you would have ever asked me, and I might have even said this out loud to like friends or whatever, like I would always say like, I could never date a black girl. It's just like that concept would just be wild to me. And it wasn't until I started coming down to Miami more, and then actually like meeting black women, I was like, oh yeah, of course I could do this. This is so stupid. And I've had that experience like 2 or 3 times in my life where there are certain times I thought that about trans people before too. And then I'll start talking to certain people and I'll be like, oh yeah, this person's really cool. Like the fact that they're whatever is like, it takes a huge backseat to who it is. And I only need like 1 or 2 experiences. Like, oh yeah. And I try to keep that in mind now when I'm dealing with people. If I think negatively about a person or whatever, it's like, oh, you know, I feel like I could, but if I meet a person, you know, it's just, it feels different. So I feel like for a lot of people, just being introduced to people or having interactions with people that they think they're like fundamentally incompatible with is a really eye-opening experience, you know?
I definitely agree. Take for example, this younger generation. I think because they live so terminally, even folks who are living in Nebraska or like more rural areas, because they are constantly exposed to people from different communities or like admire folks from different communities. It's perfectly normal. Not only is it normal, it's like really encouraged. Their perception of race is like completely different than your generation of, right? And so I think that what you said in regards to like people just knowing folks from different communities definitely helps a lot. Because I feel like, at least me growing up especially, it was like very racially segregated. Black folks stay with black folks, white folks stay with white folks. Even though we went to the same school, like if you look at the social circles, everyone kind of stayed
or the lunch tables,
right. And I think with these younger folks, even if they are in a mostly like whitely dominated area, you watch the way that they consume media online that they're into, and it's very evident to me that they view race drastically different than we do. It doesn't appear that way to everyone because I think racism online is just much more readily available and much more discussed all the time. So it seems like the issue is more pressing. But if I were to poll most of the young people on their views and do the same poll with folks like my generation and above, I think the young folks would have a much more favorable view of like interracial marriage, a lot of like racial issues, systemic racism, all this stuff. They'd be much more like open to agreeing and saying it's real than people from my generation.
Yeah,
Do you
for
agree
sure.
or disagree?
Yeah, for sure, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
If they're an online person, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's I would have to agree with your statement. By the way, on the D&D tip, man, you gotta check out like some of these like VTTs because every time I watch you guys and what do you guys using?
Roll20.
Bro, that shit looks so goddamn ugly, bro. I don't know how you do it. Like I know the role playing y'all's doing great, it's have fun, but
Yeah, you can probably do the VTT stuff, but you probably need to get like you have to pay people to do art and stuff. It gets a lot more.
what you mean? You have to pay people to do art?
Well, for the virtual tabletop stuff, don't you have like backgrounds and shit made, or?
So there's like there's a website called so I'm using Tailspire. This is really easy. There's a website called Tails Tab. Yeah. Tails Tab. There you go. You literally go on it. You can pull up the website, and then you just look up any map. So let's say you want like a C map, and there's just a bunch of stuff already done. Then you can just adjust things little by little. But it's so easy. Anytime I've needed a map for like a specific campaign or anything I'm going through, there's so many people who create maps every day and upload it to there that you can find anything. And it's so easy to it's literally you copy paste. You copy paste the map. It takes 2 seconds.
Do you think you can do that for like commercial D&D campaigns though?
What you mean?
Well, like if we're all making money streaming it, Querbu's making money DMing it, I feel like you'd have to start paying people out for assets and stuff.
No, everything out here is like free to use.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. And then also it comes with so many pre-made minis and stuff like that, and stuff that people have uploaded online that you can use freely. So that also helps out a lot. And so, honestly, I think it's worth the investment. What you get back in terms of like the 3D aspect and how it makes visual component of the game so much better. It's just an investment that makes sense if you are making money off of it.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I'll think about it.
I mean, just take a look at the trailer. Go look at some of the videos.
I mean, I've seen it before. I think you linked me one where you guys are playing on. Was it Tabletop Simulator? Was it Foundry or?
Tabletop Simulator isn't as intuitive because it wasn't built for that. We just had to like jerry rig everything, but it was still really cool. Tailspire is literally built for that, and it's super easy to use. And so, and then also there's probably a bunch of people who would donate their minis to your campaign if you guys needed like a whole. Like people use Hero Forge to import minis, so that's one way that folks do it. But I'm sure like fans of yours could also help you customize things if you really needed it. So it can make it very interactive and easy to import if that was ever. Because I'm pretty sure if your fans play D&D, a lot of them probably.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways, I won't keep you, bro. I know you got D&D a little bit, so have fun. But yeah, I appreciate you on the mic stuff, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, the mic stuff. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant mic in person. Yeah. Yeah. Good luck. Have fun. Be careful. Stay safe.
Yes, sir. Cheers.
Do you and August ever get into heated discussions over pay and shit? I don't think so.
That I just don't care. Talking about them to me feels like a waste of time. But I think more can be learned and understood. Talking about them to me feels like they're harmful. Not trying to undermine that. I have a lot to add. Emblematic their indie spirit, and creators like myself, as well as independent documentarians, maintain their indie spirit and keep making the type of content that we want to make, that you want to see. So I want to say thank you so much to Curiosity Stream and the people at Nebula for sponsoring this video. And back to the video. If I told you I was going to talk about two black men who have a large following of mostly young males and talk about a lot of modern issues, usually pertaining to women, and are emblematic with some of the major issues I have with the manosphere, you probably think I was talking about Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit obviously are a very popular target here on LeftTube, and for obvious reasons, they're fucking awful. But I don't have a lot to add to a Fresh and Fit discussion. I went on record in saying that they're just so bad, I don't care. I understand they're harmful, not trying to undermine that. I just don't care. Talking about them, to me, feels like a waste of time. But I think more can be learned and understood about the manosphere by looking at a much less toxic, but still very problematic black duo in Abbott and Preach.
In case you haven't figured
How did I miss this?
Yet, what I do better than anybody is adapt. Last night was playing.
Why do you never have sponsors on your YouTube vids? Surfshark is here sometimes. Surfshark.com/deals. Or surfshark.deals/destiny. Fuck.
Tonight.
Wow, AIM, thanks for tier 3 YouTube 7. Dude.
There's always a plan B.
Not too far from the benign goofiness of the Gary V group is the elusively toxic Abbott and Preach group. Except I imagine that the age range for the Gary V community skews a bit older because it's such a wide swath of different types of men and boys looking for helpful information, whereas Abbott and Preach are very much an online and YouTube friendly thing.
It's roasting
time.
time.
Type of content that is likely to skew younger and more impressionable. It's hard to find reliable demographic data on the channel without knowing the actual metrics, so take that with a grain of salt, but I think it's pretty fair to say that their core demographic probably skews in that late teen, mid-20s range that, you know, probably most of us have. Especially for young men and boys who are seeking creators that offer male-centered perspectives on trending topics.
You're a young man and you want to learn, avoid making mistakes that I made, take some notes.
I found Abbott and Preach pretty early on in my own YouTube creator journey because I was looking for black male commentary creators who weren't outwardly toxic. Initially, I was happy to find Abbott and Preach, but it didn't take long to see that while not being outwardly toxic, their content still had a lot of concerning elements. To their credit, I want to be clear, we're kind of 50-50 with these guys, and I'm gonna not be 50-50 in the video to illustrate the problem, but I want to make sure it's clear that there are elements of Abbott and Preach I think are redeemable. I just wish those other elements.
Thank you for the content and base takes. Very helpful listening to during long, boring work days.
Weren't so bad. They tend to take aim at what is an overzealous and often unfair media landscape and general tone around gender from the perspective of men. They see it as often too critical towards men around certain issues. Abbott in particular seems to be very invested in calling out elements of hypocrisy in the ongoing gender wars that are popular in social media as well as TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, wherever you want to go.
A lot of you guys are feeding into your own perpetual failures in life and then getting mad at the market and shitting on it. Women do it as well. I find it fascinating. Everyone's always blaming everybody else. Men nowadays, women nowadays. No, some of y'all just need to do some self-work and figure your shit out. And it's a lot easier to say to women. And even women do this. Women get on their TV shows and be like, what's wrong with men today? Why don't they have their shit together? Because we going through some shit. We are. And guess what, ladies? You going through some shit too.
There is a prominence of feminist rhetoric and wokeness and SJWs that can sometimes have blind spots on how people engage with gender as it pertains to men, including queer and trans men. I will argue with anyone that women know a lot less about men than they think. It's actually hilarious sometimes. There are a lot of situations where from a man's perspective, women sometimes will get passes on overtly toxic, patriarchal, or even homophobic behavior that we wouldn't get. Or that men are sometimes not allowed the space to grow and learn from certain behaviors or mistakes in the public sector, etc. However, there's a lot of nuance that often gets left out of these valid grievances that, you know, I don't have time to get into, but you all kind of know what they are. And as I've pointed out in other videos, the problem in the gender wars, black or otherwise, isn't men versus women. It's really everyone versus patriarchy, but that doesn't get the same amount of clicks. And a lot of people hear the phrase patriarchy and decide to shut off their ears, even if everything they're hearing makes perfect sense. It's like telling white people about white supremacy. For younger boys and men weaned under patriarchy and lacking models and frameworks, or in many cases just the language to engage with these topics around gender effectively, it can feel affirming to see confident and charismatic men, especially black men, speak on some of these anxieties, to call out double standards and make an effort to bring women to task in a way that they often don't see on some of these issues.
Okay, so the issue that I'm having with this discussion is, like, I think it's fine for everyone to talk like this and esoterically, but we do have a crisis, right? We do have an issue with a lot of people who are very likely to die alone.
Oh shit, I never saw his Fresh and Fit appearance. Was this a long time ago, or why does he seem so much different? Is it just the beard?
Getting in their own way with some of these ridiculous standards, and they face a lifetime of loneliness. So we can get up here and we can be saying all this stuff and it sounds cute, but I'm a pragmatic person. I think about what's good for society and what's good for communities. And so when I see so many people who are being left behind, to me, it just sounds so sad. I hope you guys rethink some of these ideas, because even though it may work for you and it may be fine for you, you got 3 other girlfriends down the street who are gonna die alone. Damn. And that's where it's sad. So that's all I want to say.
So having ABBA and Preach, or numerous similar figures, because they are not unique in this style of content, talk about issues of lookism for men, or double standards for intimate partner violence, or talk about how to better talk to girls or maneuver relationships. Talk about the way men who show emotions outside of aggression and lust are often seen as lesser than. This is valuable. In some ways, it might almost seem that ABBA and Preach are trying to deconstruct hegemony by challenging norms that often aren't challenged. Further, they do also make a lot of content that is critical of the most ridiculous elements of the manosphere and alpha male podcasts and political issues, etc.
You preach to these men that they have to always seek this thing, that this is the way to live, that this is the best way, but you don't even walk the talk. That's what I find distasteful. It's like a Derek Jackson talking about be faithful to your wife, don't pay for box. Come to find out this man's cheating on everyone. How are you any different? Can you tell me? Now everyone's gonna get up, well, you know, we're attacking people in the manosphere. I don't care about the manosphere. I don't care about none of this. Move with integrity in life. That's it. I'm not here about some scene. Oh, you can't go on this podcast. I don't care. At the end of the day, the truth remains the truth. When I came into the game, when I was listening to Patrice, we didn't call it red pill. We just called it the truth. These niggas is fronting on some points.
On the surface, they may seem like a nice, safe entryway into discourses around social issues, but specifically aimed at men. But sadly, that's really not the most accurate description of them from my perspective, or other creators with similar styles of content. It doesn't take long to look at the whole of ABBA and Preach's content to see that it closely resembles anti-SJW content that you might have seen in the Gamergate days. A large portion of their content boils down to crazy woman gets owned for stupid things she did.
But all the things that got them so triggered, goodness gracious, we don't want anybody of—
Shit, who joined?
Hello?
Oh my god, the prodigal moot.
Yes, I've pretty much finished up painting.
Why the fuck are you painting?
It was a nasty orange color. Am I too loud?
No, just a little echoey, but you're fine.
Okay. It was like a nasty orange color. So we decided to paint the apartment white, but I didn't realize how much work painting was. And I didn't realize how much work painting an apartment white after an orange color is there. So we've had to do 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom with 2 coats of primer in every room and then 2 coats of paint. So it's taken about a week and a half, and that's been my whole life since moving here.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's fucking hell. But a few more days and I think everything's back to normal. Tomorrow I should be on my normal PC and keep it chatting it up. We can go back to the Rift, right?
Did somebody say there's already 7 threads made? As soon as you said that, they've already got the threads up. They've probably pre-written some threads.
Yeah. They're going to their drafts and throwing them out.
Well, damn. Have you been streaming? And
yeah, I've been streaming mostly, but I haven't done too many hours yet, so I'm excited to get back to it fully. How is I'm excited to watch DnD today.
Oh yeah, it's pretty wacky.
I saw you killed you got the fireworm, so that was nice.
Yeah, we did. I felt those 19s and 20s. I knew they were coming.
I saw he tried to pull out some bullshit where the first thing that I would have been screaming about was the protection from evil. That seemed wild.
I'm Yeah, people are linking like apparently in 3rd edition they specify 2.
I saw that. Yeah, it just seemed really weird to me that that spell was cast on the prime material plane, so it should continue as.
Well, but no, he's saying as soon as you go to the
material.
demon plane, that's what changes it basically.
Okay, I would have been mad, but the plus 39 to hit was.
I saw that. I was like, oh, we must have clicked the damage button instead.
Yeah. No. I don't know how you guys survived that one. That was interesting. I think you survived it by the good graces of Koibu, him not attacking you and instead rolling the fucking fire weapon or whatever.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure he attacked me when he could, because I ran the fuck out after.
You, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he could have attacked Nick, because Nick was always like pretty far behind like walls and shit.
Stone-skinned as well, yeah.
Oh yeah, and the stone skin too, yeah. Nick was like full HP the whole fucking time. That was some fucking wacky shit. Because that chill shield protected him from every fire breath, and then the stone skin protected him from every attack. So
yeah, I was about to say it seemed like that chill shield didn't. That was his own custom spell that I don't think Koibu actually fucking thought over.
Yeah, I don't understand how that chill shield works, because it sounds like couldn't he literally just like we send in Imric with chill shield, the bow, and stone skin, and the ion stone, and he can just shoot Scoria until she dies.
He's just gonna solo Scoria, yeah.
Yeah. Did he? Oh, people are saying that's a standard 8th level spell. I don't think he did. He take any damage that entire fight?
I think he took a little bit, but I don't remember from what, because I remember him saying like he had to heal. He was like gaining HP.
Oh yeah, he was gaining a little bit of HP. I wonder what
he
even took damage from.
Did you see the thread about your movement speed or no?
Oh, that Cloak of the Cheat is supposed to just flat set it to 45?
It should be flat set to 45, yeah.
Damn.
Which is even better, but yeah. How's the DGG sphere been? What have you guys been up to?
Oh, he just ate lava. That's what caused the damage.
Oh, that's what it was.
Waiting to see how many different combat things we can get nerfed by the end of this episode.
I don't think you guys have much more combat. That's my guess. I wouldn't imagine him giving you too much more.
No, yeah, not after that fireworm had to have been like the final thing.
That seemed like the big fucking boss, yeah.
Plus 39 to hit. What a memer, dude.
We might as well just. I think we can just go kill Scoria fucking now. You two might have just been able to do it if you survived the fucking fireworm.
Well, with that chill shield just seems insane.
Yeah.
That's just
it's only he can only put it on himself though, right?
Yeah, I know, but still, that's pretty fucking wacky.
Insane, yeah. Which plane are you guys going into? Oh, you're going into the Velthara proto plane or some shit.
Yep, and then from there, wherever Anton is,
wherever the memes take you.
I'd have so much respect if we got there and you died. You're already dead. Cobra's just like, no oxygen in this plane. Sorry,
he's like, yeah, I told you that he's probably fucking dead.
Based.
That'd be fucking based.
Has the league grind been going at all?
No, I refuse to play it on a laptop because I've been in games with you
like
on a laptop, and I've seen how you played on a laptop. So I was like, I'm not gonna do that to them.
Doesn't feel good.
So I'm waiting. I accidentally threw my. This was the thing that made me, I think, the most mad on this whole trip. When we were starting to move, I couldn't use one of those pods, so I had to immediately change it to shipping everything. And in my days of being A, tired, and B, having the flu, I fucking threw away my good monitor instead of throwing away the shitty monitor Dan gave me.
Oh no.
So I threw away a $600 to $800 monitor. And I get here and I'm like, oh, I'm excited to unpack my monitors and get them all hooked up. And I open it. And I'm like, wait, I thought my monitor was like an LG one. Why do I have this Asus one? Oof. And then I fucking
realized the moment of dread, and you were like, oh.
And I remember the moment that I was throwing away the fucking monitor into those blue fucking trash cans downstairs. I was just like, fuck me.
Right.
It's alright.
He missed through. True.
I missed through. I did.
I
couldn't believe I did it.
Shit behind at my house or my apartment in Huntington Beach because I had to fit every single thing we owned. Or
in a car, yeah. I saw you. Car, yeah. I couldn't believe how much you fit in that.
Oh yeah, that's right. You held us on. Yeah, we had that shit was. You know how annoying it was to drive for like 43 hours in my fucking car full of everything? Holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
It's good shit.
Did you just leave it inside and they take your security deposit, or did you just throw it out?
We left a few things in the garage. There was like a desk and some chairs, a mattress, and everything, but yeah.
Not too bad. I think here, if you leave shit in the loading bay, they like charge like $100 per item or some shit.
Where in the apartment place you're in now?
No, where you're at.
Oh, probably. I mean, I wouldn't leave shit here. Yeah. Did you end up going with that one person apartment, or did you guys get a different apartment, or?
We actually did get that apartment. Yeah. My rent is 1,700 CAD a month for a 2-bedroom. Yeah, it's fucking sick. It's like 1,400 USD, gig-based.
Ask Mr. Mooten about his dyad. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Dyad? Wait, what? Who said it? Do you see the name?
In DGG?
Dyad. I don't know what the fuck a dyad is. I don't know.
Fuck, I have no idea. Well,
2 bedrooms for 1,700. First off, it's Canadian, so it's 1,400 USD.
uh-oh.
And second off, I don't think that's very expensive.
Let the triggering begin. The headpiece wisdom thing. You mean a circlet or whatever?
You mean my circlet of wisdom? What about it? I think it might have been because I've said diad weirdly before, like dad, but I said it diad. So I think people are maybe memeing on that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm in Toronto. I mean, I'm not like in Toronto city center, but I'm there. We rent from a nice Portuguese family, so they gave us a good deal. You're good. Are you guys doing D&D or what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. Waiting for Nick.
There's no fucking call.
For Nick and Coibs.
Nick said we're coming, buddy. I'm pretty sure I'm not dead, but if I deleted all my shit in my bag of holding, so.
Wait, why?
Because I'm pretty sure that all that shit is fucking gone.
Maybe it's scattered out on the ground next to you in your other dimension.
It could be there. Anton's just reaching.
Wait, what'd you have in that bag? Anything important?
The only thing I had of real importance that I can remember was the potions of slipperiness that I'm gonna have to remake. Everything
so
else
that we
was
can't get
like
grappled
not
or whatever?
super, yeah, everything else wasn't too important. I had all my rings on me. Yeah. All right. God, you know what triggers me? All these fucking morons on either the Koibu subreddit or in fucking chat who type, Destiny, are you mad that Mr. Mooten didn't just put Anton's hands above the water and open the bag that way? Koibu would have made me take fucking damage. Yeah, they're just dumb. They think like I wouldn't have taken the fucking damage.
Yeah, you would have taken at least some damage. And you were at like fucking 8 HP or something, weren't you?
Super low. Yeah, I might have been at like... Yeah, I think 8.
Also, how are you just 14. Putting only barely your hands above the water?
Yeah, that's what they were saying. They were saying, well, you just put your hands above the water and then you turn the bag over and grab out of it.
Grab what?
I don't know. I don't even know what I was grabbing for.
Dumb.
Fucking dumb.
Have you talked about Crowder's ban on YouTube? Wait, did Steven Crowder get banned on YouTube?
Uh-oh.
What?
Did he actually? I don't believe that.
Why don't you believe that?
Because if he got banned, then we got to start worrying about your channel.
Damn, I'm not even remotely like him. What do you mean by that?
You know about the Taliban. You know what they do. I'd like to announce I'm backing Dan for Buddy of the Year. Sorry, go ahead.
Denouncing him?
No, I'm backing him.
Oh.
I'm on his side. I take myself out of the running. I'm not running.
Sneeko's getting Buddy of the Year. Dan doesn't have a chance.
I don't know who Sneeko is. Oh, there it is.
Nice.
Alright, see ya.
Have fun, be careful.
Bye.
This is gonna pollute like crazy, and it's gonna super aggro these nests, but I need oil. I'm gonna build rockets to clear it out, I think. The AoE rockets, but... Alright. I'll be back in a bit. We're doing D&D, and then tonight we'll go through all these fucking videos I got open. Jesus Christ. Common Fresh L.
Live with a girl, bro. Comfort happens. If you live with a girl, bro, comfort happens. And comfort leads to what? Comfort leads to like things that basically when
wait, what?
If you live with a girl, bro, comfort happens. And comfort leads to what? Comfort leads to like things that
Sorry. That look was funny. Damn, dude. These guys shit on Fresh so much. I feel bad. Jesus. It's a brutal subreddit. Oh my god. Steven Crowder, YouTube. Why are people saying he was banned? God damn, this guy does so many views. Is that really 500 views on a daily show? 500,000 views on a daily show? Oh, wait, no, wait. This guy does nowhere near as many views as I thought. Wait, am I insane? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 8 days, 9 days. Oh, does he do 2 or 3 days a week? Is that? Okay, never mind. I thought he streamed more. He has views on his site too. YouTube suspended the show over.
Ended. Not for anything I said, but for what the future governor of Arizona, Kerry Lake, said regarding election integrity. You know, the election.
What? I gotta leave. I got a D&D call right now. What's up?
All right. No, that's it. Bye.
Okay, bye. Oh.
And welcome
Wait, fuck.
to Tombs of Scoria.
I'm sorry, I always forget. Can you do the thing on your mic? It's always low when we start.
Shit. Sorry about that. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Tombs of Scoria.
Thanks.
Cool. Yep.
Excellent. Our party, where last we left, had just encountered a small clan of cloud giants on the plane of air. After working out their puzzle on where to go, after defeating a fireworm and watching the demons on that plane immediately turn on each other and fight for supremacy, here we stand in the plane of air just before we're about to step through or use the planar manipulator to hop from one dimension to another to this pseudo plane of air, which a giant said was Verasi's personal pseudo plane of air that she used for who knows what.
Wait,
is that about right?
Yep, I think so.
Wait, Verasi or Velthara? Is that the same?
Velthara. I'm sorry.
Velthara.
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Goddesses. They've got a V in their name. They like
Okay.
death. Easily confused.
Hmm.
It's not like I've been playing with these names for 9 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that about the good recap of where we were and what we've done?
More or less, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you stand at the weakened point. You pick no particular place with your manipulator. The three of you hold hands. How is it? Is it the imp and Imric both holding onto Tyrael's opposite hands, or is Imric the link between the imp and Tyrael?
I think the imp's probably on my shoulder and I'm holding Tyrael's hand.
And have you come up with a name for your imp yet?
Yeah, but I'm a little bit embarrassed by it. I think it's got to be Impric.
Yeah, you should be embarrassed.
Impric.
Yeah. You know, it's like, you know when my friends just had a baby and they gave it like a temporary name while they thought of a better one?
Wait, people do that?
Yeah, well, they did it, yeah. So this is its temporary name while I think of a better one.
Wait. What?
That's a thing?
No. Walk me through that. You got 9 months to think of a name. How much longer do you need? What is a temporary name for? Did they want to see its characteristics to see?
I think they just were indecisive, you know, they just weren't sure.
How old is the baby?
It's got a name now. But I think it took like a month maybe for them to come up with a name.
What were they calling it? Like Spot or what?
I don't remember. It's called Henry now, but I can't remember what they were calling it before.
I've never heard of people.
Really?
Someone in chat said it's a common practice in South Korea. I've never heard of a temporary name before.
There you go. They're just lazy people. I doubt they're watching, so I feel like that's quite a mean thing to say. But they were these people that they were. Oh god, this is bad to be sort of like talking about. It's 2,000 people. They've got no idea, but they kind of like didn't acknowledge the fact they were having the baby until until it actually happened. If you know what I mean, they were kind of.
That seems kind of challenging to do from the woman's point of view. When you
I
say in
agree.
denial, you mean like
Yeah.
they're going to the bar, like getting wasted, or like?
No, not quite as bad as that. But when you'd ask them about it, they'd be like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. You know, like they just hadn't thought about it. So
Just like resting your beer on your wife's giant belly while you're watching TV,
Yeah.
like. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus.
So this is your temporary baby name, Imprick, before you
Imprick,
settle
yeah.
on Henry for your imp's name.
yeah, like the thing is, I asked chat for suggestions, and everyone came up with like meme ideas. Like the other one was Oster, like Imposter, which is just stupid. I didn't even play. Literally never even played Among Us. I'm not going to call it that. So I don't know what else. You know, what's a common name for an imp, Neil? Like, give me an example. What are other imps called?
You wouldn't have any idea.
Exactly. So it's hard.
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want. Yeah, it's. What'd you name your cat?
Cleo.
Or did it come with a
Oh.
name?
No, well, I called it Cleopatra, but we just call it Cleo.
That's a great name.
Yeah, I know. Well, I thought
That's
about calling the
really-
imp Cleo actually,
Yeah.
but it's a male imp, I think, not a female imp.
Sure. Then
Yeah.
I guess Cleo's not.
Appropriate.
Anyway. Imp on your shoulders, hands with Tyrael, and 1, 2, 3, and away we go.
Wait, to be clear, we're entering the protoplane right now. We're not entering the rift, right?
The pseudo plane.
Yes.
Or the pseudoplane, yes. Okay, just making sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Whew. With a blink and a flash and a loud sound, I need Imric. Tyrael? Each of you roll a d20, and whoever gets the lowest roll needs to make me a strength check. Oh,
Hold on, I'll roll lower. Don't worry, because I'm
Yeah,
really
you
strong,
roll
okay?
lower.
I got you.
Nice.
Oh my god, Tyrael, give me a strength check.
I got you. I need to roll high, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be throwing a big number out here.
Oh,
Ooh.
boom. Nice work.
You arrive in the pseudo plane of air and are immediately confronted by whipping acid rains and winds that try to pull the two of you apart in different directions. You have passed your strength tech, Tyrael. You were the one to grab onto Imric more tightly as soon as you pulled away from each other, and you have held onto him. Imric, your imp you mentioned was on your shoulder, so that's like 2 claws on you and like hands on you. There's no way he's going to go anywhere. However, everyone is surrounded by an intense swirling wind in the middle of a maelstrom filled with acid rain. I will need everybody in the party to make me saving throws versus rods, staves, and wands. These are at the, of course, -4s. Imric clearly passes. Tyrael, I don't think you're going to get a plus.
Wait, why are we clearly at -4s?
Because you're on another plane of existence. -4 to saves.
Okay, hold on. Fuck, how many bonuses do I have?
Let's double check here. Yeah, because we need
this
7. So
this brings me down to a 1. I'm getting
Yeah.
2 from my Ring of Protection, so that brings me up to 3. I'm getting 3 from my Green Dragon Armor +3. So that brings me up to 6.
Luckstone brings you up to 7.
Luckstone brings me up to 7.
Oh wow, what a useless item.
True. Think,
Still
Imric.
another-
Think! Do I have +1 from
thinking.
any other point?
Does he get dex to this? Maybe dex bonus,
No.
willpower bonus.
No. You guys are reaching. That's
Yeah,
it.
I think that's
all right.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, Imric, you will take half of this. Tyrael, you will take all of this. And Tyrael, your gear. Oh,
Wait.
let me take a look at your character sheet. Yeah.
Oh shit! Is Imprick okay?
No, Imprick needs to make me a save. Please roll it.
Easy.
He will take half of that. Please keep track of his HP.
Yep.
All right, Tyrael. We're going to take a look at your character sheet and see what else needs a saving throw.
Oh no.
Sure. Wait, real quick. My save sucks. Yours is really that low?
I factored in my bonuses into my actual save.
okay, never mind. Just making sure. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
your saves are insanely low. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna sort through your character sheet. So hold on here, Timberl. No. Ooh, okay. How many things do we have here? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Okay, I want you to roll me a D8. Material. Your boots of springing and striding are run into a particularly nasty patch and are going to need to make me a saving throw. I'm going to find out what their saves are right now. Failure means they are destroyed.
Okay.
They are made out of leather, so their acid saving throw is a 10 or better.
Wait, but he still gets his bonuses, right, to it? His magic protections and stuff like that, but still.
He has failed his first saving throw, so those will not apply here.
Rip.
Rip! Boots of springing and striding ripped apart within the acid storm. The two of you are tumbling in this maelstrom. There is no light here except for sort of like a glowing and then alternating like completely dark again and then glowing again something in front of you as you are being whirled to your right. Forward, going anti-clockwise.
We have to find the
rift, right?
Yeah. Do we see anything? It should be immediately noticeable, no? Or is it not?
This place is dark. It is very dark. There is no source of light anywhere here other than this occasional glowing thing that you see that vanishes again and before you. However, this acid storm is not going away. Each round that you stay in this acid storm, we will have to do more saving throws for damage and possibly destroyed gear. So, solve these problems fast. Go.
Okay, well, wait. Hang on. I cast Ultravision on us before we left the demon plane. Has that run out now?
Yes, definitely. Well, let me double check the time, but I'm like 99%
Should have been 16 hours. It should last.
Yeah, definitely gone.
Can I cast spells here?
You can breathe. You can move your hands. But if you let go of Tyrael, the two of you will be separated.
Can I just hold on to him?
Yeah, but that means he can't use somatic and material components. He can use one or the other.
I take out the magical rope and I bind us together.
That'll be your action for this round. Yep, you can do that. You
can
can sling your pack off your shoulder, grab the rope out of it, and bind it to the two of you with your verbal commands.
I think I'm going to polymorph Tyrael. I think that's going to be our best bet to get out of here. So maybe wait for me to polymorph before you bind me.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put on my ring of spell storing.
How?
Well, just switch the rings over. It's not from one finger to another.
Which hand are your rings on? Does you know? Because
No.
Tyrael's holding one of your hands very tightly, and that hand cannot have rings moved on them.
Why do I have to be holding his
you're-
hand? Why can't I be holding onto his waist or something?
Because we talked earlier that you were holding onto each other's hands when you jumped planes, and now you're gripping tightly.
Okay. Well, I think we work together this round to stay together whilst I switch this ring. I think we can do that together, right? If we both take our action to do that.
Yes, the wind is strong. You'll have to shout at each other, but you're holding each other. You can shout the distance, no problem. So you can... How does that work? Just give me a brief... It's possible, but I just want to know your details.
If Tyrael's grabbing onto my hands, he probably holds onto one hand, uses his other hand to now grab onto my waist. Then, once he's secured on the waist, moves his other hand to my waist, and then, now that my hands are free, I can switch the rings.
Excellent. So you have switched which two rings, Emmerich?
I'm going to switch out my ring of fire resistance for my ring of spell storing.
Okay. Excellent. On to the next round. Everyone make me saving throws versus rod, stabs, and wands. That is success. Well, natural 3 is always a failure, so a failure.
Yeah.
And the imp? Success. All right. Imric, you'll take 9. Tyrael and Imp, you will take 4. And Imric, let me look at your gear list.
Oh yeah, magic resist in this? Any benefits to
that? No, this is acid. It's not magic. Sorry.
Is this limiting my regeneration? Because otherwise I would gain 1 HP back this round.
Yes.
Okay.
Acid does not regenerate that way. Let's see. That's in your bag. Let's go 1.
You're going to want to look at my on tab.
Yeah, I'm on your on tab.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
Are we level 12 warriors or 13? We're 12, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stop!
Oh, sorry. I always forget that. That's
6, 7. Yeah, roll me another d8. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your Amulet of Recall. Oh, that's a bad one. Okay, Amulet of Recall is metal. Its acid save is 13 or higher on a d20.
I think the Luckstone should come into this. Correct? I mean...
You already failed your save. This is your item's ability to resist. Oh, the Amulet of Recall is damaged beyond repair and destroyed.
What the fuck?
All right, the two of you are holding on to each other. Imric has got his hands free. You're in a pitch dark, swirling maelstrom of acid rain. Next round, what are you going to do?
Polymorph. Into a... Let me just check. How big is a giant eagle? No, Pegasus. Obviously a Pegasus, yeah.
Obviously a Pegasus.
Yeah,
Can you polymorph me too, or just yourself?
Just myself. You're going to have to hold on. I'm sorry.
Does the Ring of Spell Storing have a ton of spells stored in it? How many polymorphs does it have?
Just one polymorph, and it has to be recharged.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You have become a Pegasus. Whoosh.
Yeah.
And then what? What is Tyrael doing this round?
He's holding on.
Now I've got the rope. I can bind us with the rope again. I'll just do that.
Excellent. Imric changes into a Pegasus before you. You can grab onto his mane or something, grab the rope, bind it around the two of you. The two of you are now connected, and Imric's got wings.
Yeah.
Give me a D... Ooh, I want you to make me a roll for how... You're definitely bound together, but how favorable is your binding? Like, are you bound in a seated riding position, or was the only way that you could do this in a single round to, like, bind yourself to one of his legs? Lawyer me an appropriate roll to see how well you can attach yourself to him.
I would say, he was holding onto my waist, so it makes sense that he'd be positioned at least either
underneath
under,
you?
or on top, but not on a leg. He's going to be at the core of me.
Well,
how complicated?
Lawyer me a roll.
Well, I mean, before I was saying I was able to say bind rope Imric waist. Can I still say that, or is it a one-word command, or what? How?
It's a one-word command. I just didn't want to get into the weeds of what you're doing. You just say bind, and it binds to the thing.
It's going to be a dex check for Tyrael, right? Probably. To be able to maneuver into the right position while the rope is binding him.
That sounds right.
Is that what you want to go with, Tyrael? All right, do it. Give me a dex check.
Hold on. I didn't lose any dex from the Boots of Spring and Striding, right? I think I just lost an AC. I think most of my dex right now is coming from the Cloak of the Cheetah.
Yeah, you only get dex from one source. So
yeah, it's +3 from there, I think. I have to get you some new boots.
Let's see how favorable it is.
Okay. What I need roll. I'm gonna roll high. I don't care. Yeah, 25.
25 is good enough. You are going to be positioned on Imric's back, but not like properly mounted him, but just like clinging onto his back on your belly. That's still a great spot. You're not going to get in the way of the Pegasus's wings, and it does leave your hands free to do other things, and you have you can use him as cover a little bit. It's not too bad. Excellent. What are you doing with your movement, Imric?
I assume Imric is held on.
Yes, Imric is holding on with claws for dear life, screaming into the void.
Oh wait, he took another 4 damage, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He's gonna die in about 3 turns. He needs to...
Can I grab him and shove him at the bag of holding next round when I see him getting hurt?
Yeah, I think that's what... We need to protect him somehow, because otherwise... He's kind of fucked. I need to fly towards the rift, Neil. So describe...
Where's the rift?
Kind of sounded like I'm in a cyclone.
Yes, you are in some sort of buffeting cyclone filled with acid rain. It is pitch black everywhere, except for this occasional glimpse of some sort of orangey, reddy color that appears and disappears again.
Is that inside the cyclone?
That's where we're going.
Outside
of the cyclone? We're going to the color.
Yeah, I agree.
It's hard. You don't even know what's the inside and the outside. You're being twisted and turned in all
I'm
different
going towards the light then. I'm hoping that Tyrael's going to save the imp, but I just go.
Yeah.
You just start flying. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to need Mr. Emmerich. You don't have ultravision. You're traveling in dangerous winds as a Pegasus. Let's see if the flying rules can provide any illumination for the encounters we're dealing with here. Vision and light, time and movement. Aerial movement.
I can't believe Mutant destroyed your boots of springing and striding and our amulet of recall.
We're gonna have to steal all of his shit when we bring him back.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. True.
He's gonna be Anton the Naked.
That is a terrible set of rulings.
Yeah, I've got infravision from the imp, actually, so I can see a little bit.
Yes, you can see up to 60 feet.
Wait, there is an echo? Sorry, people on my stream are
I'm hearing it as well, but I'm surprised that it's coming through.
Wait, say that again? Or talk again?
Hello, hello, hello. I didn't hear it, no, I don't hear the echo anymore. Oh, yeah, it's coming from you.
Okay, weird. It's probably my headphones. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Just looking for our aerial maneuvering rules, hoping that they will provide some guidance. They do not. They do not across the board. Right, running, climbing, getting down. Nope. Okay, Emmerich, you're in a storm. You can't really see where you're going. You occasionally see this color of light, but you're also being whirled and swirled in different directions. I want you to make me...
I swear to God if you say strength check.
No, why would it be a strength check? You know, there's definitely not a strength check.
Because Okay.
Yeah, no, this is about finding the place that you're going and getting there. So it's probably like a perception check. To orient yourself correctly.
An int check, no, because it's not just about seeing it. I can obviously see it, right? The goal is, how do I position my flight path to take advantage of the direction of the cyclone to sort of like...
Well, here's a question, actually. Can I, because I'm not doing anything this round. I'm just riding him kind of, or held on to him. Could I make a perception check?
Hold on. This is the same round that you were binding yourself to him. He polymorphed himself, and now this is his movement portion.
Okay.
Yeah. Emmerich, I think this round what you need to do is stabilize yourself to a position where you can reliably see this thing, or at least the direction that it's going, and you need to stop yourself from tumbling. So as a flying creature, how do you push against the winds to orient yourself in a stable position? That sounds like a strength check, actually.
No, it's Constitution, clearly.
To resist the internal nausea of being buffeted?
Yeah.
You're just saying this because 18 is your highest stat.
You're saying it because 9 is my third lowest stat. I swear, okay, I was going to say, I'm saying it now. Every single check William Marshall had to make was a fucking dex check, and somehow every check Imric has to make is a strength check.
I hear the gripe.
Wait, okay, hold on. You're arguing over you're arguing over whether you're making an int check to fly through the storm?
No, he's saying I need to buffet myself against the winds.
Okay.
I'm saying that that's Constitution more than it's strength. I'll meet you halfway and say an average of both.
Okay,
it's not well. Actually, wait.
That check.
It can't be strength actually, because like if you're like swimming in an ocean and there's like rough stuff going on, that's never strength. That's always about like moving in the appropriate manner through the water. You can't swim through like a riptide, or you can't swim through like a big wave. You have to maneuver it correctly, right?
So give me, what is the maneuvering check in order to align yourself and correct yourself to the wind?
Well, the maneuvering check is being intelligent to know which way to move.
It's int on dex. You could say, I'll tell you what, I'll settle on dex.
I think it's probably closer to willpower instead of intelligence, because that's like your instinct, and wisdom willpower is your instinct.
Not true. Absolutely not true.
What's your wisdom willpower? Is it low?
That's 7, so that's really bad.
I feel like you're just gonna lawyer for whatever your high stats are without any thought to what actually makes sense.
I will say, to be clear, because it sounds like you would do that, but in the real world, that is kind of what you would do, right? Like, let's say you had to move a rock. if you're really fucking strong, you don't give a fuck. You just move it. But let's say that you can't move it, but like you're pretty smart. Maybe you'll position your body in a way so it's like a more intelligent than like just like raw strength. Okay. So that's not like the worst thing. Just saying, you know.
All right, that's fair. I will give you an intelligence check at disadvantage because it's not the optimal stat for it, but you're going to try and use your intelligence to overcome the problems. How's that?
Well, what about? I mean, Dex or Con, it's just as good.
Int at disadvantage is pretty good.
So it's int at disadvantage or strength. You're saying?
Yeah.
Oh god, what's better? I'm not sure.
Trying to break out
I'll go into disadvantage.
I think that's the better choice. Oh, so close. It is a tumbling thing. You begin to sort of align yourself, but you're a Pegasus. You're pretty familiar with being a Pegasus, but the plane of air is weird. You've never been in a storm like this before, and you toss and you tumble and you whirl and you stumble, and we go to the next round. And top of the round, everyone give me the saving throws versus rod, stabs, and wands, and then your actions. That's gonna. We did the math before. You pass on a. No, you didn't. You failed on a 5. Right.
That can't possibly be right.
Because it's -4, and then.
Oh yeah, because you've got the word -4 stuff going on. Yeah, that's right.
All right, and Imric, that's for your imp.
I pass. Imric fails. Unless he gets a bonus to his saves. For some reason.
I think there might be a ruling on imps gaining power reciprocally from their masters. That's probably worth checking out right now.
Probably.
Yeah.
This round I'm putting him in the bag, assuming he doesn't die. I don't know. How much HP does he have?
He's got 16 right now before he takes this damage, so...
He's good.
Just about.
No, the master gains benefits from the imp, but the imp does not gain anything from them unless Find Familiar empowers them. Because Find Familiar gives them a bonus to their HP, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does it also give them bonuses to saves?
No.
C, D, E, F, G, Find Familiar. Ooh, when the familiar is in physical contact with its wizard, it gains the wizard's saving throws against special attacks.
Oh, well, this would be a special attack.
If a special attack would normally cause damage, the familiar suffers no damage if the save is successful and half if it's failed. I think that's like breath weapons. If the familiar dies... Yeah, I think that's breath weapons, and this is like just an AoE, you're in an acid rain area. Okay, so the damage for this round from the acid rain is gonna be not too bad. 6 to the fails, 3 to the passes. And it looks like Tyrael has also suffered a failure. Roll me a D8 again, Tyrael.
7, surely.
Well, we're gonna stick with 8 for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. Oh, sorry, you rolled a 4. I should have stopped counting once I got to 4. 1, 2.
I wonder what's going on.
Yeah, no, I'm just woohoo. 3, 4. Your girdle of giant strength. Oh no. Oh no. A girdle. What? A girdle's made out of leather, right?
Maybe.
I think so. It's definitely not made out of glass or cloth or bone. Could be made out of metal, but I think a girdle of giant strength is a leather item. It's not an oil, paper potion, rock, rope. Yeah, leather, 10. It's one of the better saves here. 10 or higher on a d20.
Okay.
You already passed it.
Yeah, I rolled a 13.
Oh, perfect. Excellent. Your girdle is fine and intact. Actions this round.
I'm going to be bagging the imp.
Yep. The imp will allow you to bag it. Now, here's a question, Imric. If the imp goes into the bag of holding, it's going to be more than a mile from you, right? You're gonna lose imp benefits when it's no longer nearby.
I mean, I guess so, yeah. But it's better than it being dead. Yeah.
Excellent. In the bag, the imp goes. It's willing. It's telepathic. It knows what's going down. Poof. Imp is safe. Imric, what are you going to do this round? What do you got?
I'm trying to fly towards the color.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, you got to stabilize yourself because it's there, and then it's not there, and then it's there, and it's not there, and then the winds are tossing you head over heels or hoof over wings.
There's still intelligence, yeah? Disadvantage.
Or strength, yeah. Your choice. Oh, that's terrible. You can do this, though, right? You only need a 6 or higher? That's a reasonable roll.
Not for
on
me.
2 dice?
Apparently.
Oh no. Okay. We go to the next round. Saving throws for the 2 of you. Luckily, the imp is alive and safe. Pass.
Okay,
Pass.
both pass. Good.
Excellent. Everyone will just take a wee bit of damage.
Wait,
small.
what rings was Nick wearing when he polymorphed?
Protection and storing. Spell storing. No free action.
Dumb.
Well, I didn't want to... It would have meant moving 2 rings, and also...
Yeah, that's fine.
I would have lost the +2 to saves.
You're a Pegasus? Can I slide the ring down your horn or whatever? I'm just kidding.
That's a unicorn, buddy.
Okay, I try my int saves again.
Okay, you can do it. I believe in you, Emmerich. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
There we go.
You stabilize yourself against the storm. You spread those wings, you tilt them up just the right amount, and now you've got yourself nice and balanced. You're still being pulled, but now you're being pulled with the wind, which is an awkward sensation. Pegasus are designed to fly into the wind, but here you've managed to find a way to hold going sideways, and you can see that there is this like rotating, flashing orange thing that appears in the darkness every so often. It'll appear for 1 second every 3 or 4 seconds.
Alright, we just need to get close to it, and then you can use the planar manipulator, right? Once we're nearby.
If you say so.
Yeah, I think so. As long as that's the closest, easiest path.
True.
Yeah.
All right, next round, saves. Oh, brutal. Oh,
was a 5.
That's a pass, I think, right?
No, because it goes down to 1, and he's got +6, which brings him to 7. That was the first save that he made.
Such bullshit. How are we failing all these rolls?
Well, you killed a fireworm. Your dice had to eventually fail you. Emmerich and Tyrael, give me d8s. All right, we will start with Tyrael.
Well, whatever it is, it's gone.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you rolled both the dice?
Yep.
You didn't even wait?
Nope.
Oh, God. Last time it was the Girdle of Strength. This is going to be your wrist item. Your wrist says you are wearing Bracers of Shock and Grasp and Archery, but you can only really be wearing one at a time. Which one is it?
So if you go to my combat sheet, I have the one I've got currently worn right now. So it'd be the Bracers of Shock and Grasp is what I have worn right now.
Excellent. Those are metallic. They have a saving throw of 13 or higher on a d20. You fail. Bracers of Shock and Grasp destroyed. Emmerich, you
I'm not polymorphed, so my gear is protected, right?
That's true. But so that defaults to 8. You just take extra damage. You take another 10.
Okay. Wait, you didn't roll with damage the first time.
You're right. You take 18, and Tyrael will take 8. Okay, we're oriented towards the storm. The acid rain buffets us. Tyrael's grabbing onto the Pegasus. The rope binds the 2 of you together. What are you gonna do?
Alright. Well, I'm going towards it. That's it now, right?
You're just gonna flap your little wings and head towards the rift?
Yeah, if it is the rift. Good.
You did not check anything else. Tyrael said there's color. Let's go to color, and that's where we're going.
There's not exactly much time to think, so yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it.
So what do you want this time?
Nothing. You spend around flying. Not a problem.
Okay.
No. The only thing is, well, Tyrael, do you have an action this round?
What? No. Like I'm just unless I can help in some way him navigate or something. No.
That's why I'm asking if you have an action.
Nope.
Excellent. You fly towards this thing, and you're definitely getting in the tighter section of the storm. You can really feel that acceleration, that centrifugal force, like pulling the blood away from you as you go in towards this thing. It's blinking on and off, and you get the sensation that there's like a front, which is sort of like a you know, a long ovular shape of like orange something, and then the backside is this blackness. And when you're seeing it for a second, that's because you've come back around in front of it, and then you're twirling around and around. But now, the force is sort of making you uncomfortable because you're going in a really, really tight circle. But you also begin to feel like a sucking motion coming in front of you, like your hair's getting pulled forward, but you can still feel the blood rushing towards your back a little bit. It feels like whatever this long, orange, skinny thingy is trying to suck you fully inside of it. You have 1 round to make your decisions if you want to go in or if you want to do something else. We'll just need 1 more set of saves, and then your fate is yours.
We're going in.
Give me 1 more set of saves, then. Pass. Pass. Ah, just a wee bit of damage then, as the acid rain pelts you. And Imric, you're gonna guide our party into this you know,
rift,
awkward rifty thingy.
Yes.
Excellent. In we go. And we're going to take our first break of the game right here.
We'll be back.
All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. What was the last thing the two of you were thinking about as you were plummeting towards that orange light?
I don't think there was much time to think. I think we were just like action mode.
Yeah, I think I was probably thinking that this looks like a rift. And I was thinking, I wonder if Tyrell's going to use the planar manipulator before we get through.
Yeah,
the
when we
rift.
get near it, I would, because we only have to be near the thing rather than.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you are now in a rift between planes of existences, not in any actual real space or existence. You are in a area of like pure magical charge and complete vacuums where the laws of nature do not make sense, and you find yourself walking amongst your past. The two of you are, it's either walking through memories or revisiting events from a different perspective. Maybe this is actually what the land of the dead looks like, because when you're dead, you get to walk amongst your memories before. Maybe this is some sort of like planar afterlife sampling your existence. But
or maybe
here
we
you
did just
are.
walk into certain death, and this is the afterlife.
Yeah. But here you are as young men, boys even, back as kids in Wicthron Renta, long before the war came, maybe like 20 years ago. I think you're in your early 30s, most of you. And
Wait,
you find...
we're before our early 30s now, because we were in our early 30s, right? So I understood it.
Yeah, he's saying we're like 20 years ago. So I'm probably like 9 or something, 10 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the early days. What are the early happy memories of your youth that specifically involve Anton? That is the thing at the other end of this rift. If you're thinking about going towards the rift, you're really, truly thinking about where Anton is. So what are your early childhood memories of Anton?
I think I've probably got a memory of like he would come to the wizard school, right, and he'd like pull me out of class and say that I need to go and like my mum needs me or something like that, and pull me out of class, and then we'd go and walk around the streets of the city, going through the market, like just walking around the city, bunking off school basically.
What about you, Tyrael? What are your early memories of Anton like?
This is an important question. What do when was Anton's face scarred?
When he was young, I believe.
Like
I don't
4
know.
or like 15?
Anton, you want to put it in chat for us? Because I know you're listening. I know you're here, somewhere beyond the rift.
5 or 6, he says. The other chat in Destiny's chat.
Got it.
Yeah.
He was 5 or 6, yeah. So that's, and he's a few years younger than you, so this must be just a couple years after that happened.
5 or 6, okay. I would say that Tyrael, being the big brother and trying to be as cool and chill and nice as possible, I think he's spending a lot of time with his uncle, who is stealing stuff, learning the evil tricks and ways of the rogue. But I imagine there's probably a lot of like goods and stuff that flows through. Like if you're in any like bazaar or area where there's a lot of black market activity, you're probably seeing a lot of foreign stuff too. So I'd say that one of the things that Tyrael would do is for any work for his uncle or for any items that he would have gotten stolen, not like magical items, but coins or whatever, he would be buying masks to play with his 2 brothers, so that if all 3 of them were running around outside wearing masks, Anton's face wouldn't feel fucked up when we're like running around with people, so that he wouldn't feel so bad about being all scarred up or whatever.
That's nice, isn't it?
That's really sweet. Oh. All right. Now tell me about a time that the 3 of you felt safe and warm and cozy all together as a group. What is the physical setting of that? Because you're sort of, this noble family who's sort of outcast, the queen who abdicated the throne but like still hangs around and lives in the capital. It's a bit of an odd situation. You don't really fit in anywhere, but where is the one spot you fit in, the physical place that you belonged and felt comfortable?
Gotta be home, right?
I don't think
Where
so.
in your house, though? Oh, good. Yeah,
I think it would be the first few days that we spent traveling around in a little cart. because I think that was the first time that the three of us were truly like out on our own. We'd made little traps, we had little hidden compartments, we had our little servant guy. That's when we had like kind of first set out to start like building on our name in a way that wasn't just a slave to the past horrible shit that was involved in our family and everything. So in those first few weeks or months after Clortis was sending us out on missions, and we had our little family card that we were rolling.
Maybe
around.
even that. I was thinking about this the other night. The first combat we had was when we were attacked by a mountain lion.
That's a little bit further in your future than I want to go. I'm still talking about when you were young, when you were kids, when you were youths.
When was the first time we felt at home?
Where was a place that you felt safe and comfortable and like you belonged there, instead of being these awkward social outcasts and brigands and thieves?
Well, I think we would have struggled with, we would have mixed with nobility, but we'd have always felt like outcasts. So I feel like the one time we'd have felt at home would have been when we were at home. Maybe when our father came back from war or wherever he was doing he was on duty end, and we'd be in the house together, sat around by the fire. He'd be telling us a story of, what he was doing out in the field or his job or whatever. Maybe Imric sees that a bit more fondly than the older two, who maybe had a harder time with dad.
Okay. And last question from your early youth. Who was Anton to you in your early days? You know a lot of people. Everyone sort of has a different meaning and a different impact on you. Sometimes you've got a person who's like, this is my friend that I go out and do things with. This is the person that I like stay home and watch TV with. Everyone sort of has a role somewhere in your life. What was Anton's role in each of your lives separately? Because I don't imagine it's the same thing for both of you.
I think that, Imric would maybe get bullied at wizard school for not being as smart and for being a social outcast, being a shitty noble. And I think maybe Anton would kind of, be the older brother, look after him, maybe like scare off the bullies, maybe, slap them around a little bit. And he'd
use that
Imric
scar on his face to like...
Yeah, he was like to intimidate them. So Imric would kind of see him as like a defender or, a protector a little bit.
Oh. What about you, Tyrael? Who was Anton to you in your early days?
I'd feel like, did you say you felt like his defender or like he was a defender of you?
No, he was my defender, yeah.
Oh, I feel like I'd feel the opposite, that he was just kind of like a scared kid. He was like really mean to everybody, but he kind of needed people to cover for him. Like back in our early days of adventuring, he was just like a lonely dude that talked to rats and mice, and that's kind of like what he was in the beginning. And I think that's still like kind of the image that Tyrael has in his mind of Anton before he sold his soul to Velthar and started crucifying his wives and shit.
He was just the kid who talked to rats and was off on his own, kind of the...
Yeah, the mouse talker.
Mouse talker.
Like a scared child. I think it's interesting that we both had an exact opposite view of Anton and the role he served in our lives,
Middle child syndrome, 100%. Yeah. Right. Well, as you fall through this rift, being pulled in different directions by all these different energies, you find yourself at the beginning of your adventures. You are now a little bit older, and you have a purpose. The kingdom has come knocking on your door, asking you to serve. Talk to me about the early days of your quests, the early days of your purpose here. Why you are the Magari Dragon Slayers.
I think that Imric felt happy to be hanging out with his older brothers. To be doing something meaningful, to be entrusted with something and not be treated like a complete fuck-up, despite the fact he was a bit of a fuck-up. And, those early days of adventures are hazy at best when Imric thinks back to them. He was, drunk most of the time, and was kind of, unconscious in a lot of the big fights, and was really just getting led along by the other two in terms of what he had to do. So yeah, he has fond memories of those times, but it's kind of like the fond memories you have of like looking back to when you were the summer when you were 19, you can't really remember it, but you had a good time. Because you were drunk all the time.
And how did both of you feel during your sort of being given this quest of protecting the kingdom from Scoria, hiding, doing this stuff in secret? Was this a moment of grandeur for you? A moment of what did it mean to be handpicked by the queen to save the kingdom when no one would give you the time of day? I
mean, I don't know if I necessarily felt handpicked. because it was obviously highly convenient, seeing that they could trust us because of our sister, or the Queen's sister being our mom and everything. But I mean, it was definitely an opportunity to right the ship on our family name, which for Tyrael was like back then the most important thing in the world.
Mm-hmm. And what purpose did you feel when this happened to you?
That purpose, the idea that we were finally in a position to start to rebuild the family name, maybe gain some real honor or respect from our father, and then to kind of like put our name back on the map after our mom kind of gave up royalty and everything else.
So for you, it was all about family from the get-go.
Yeah.
It wasn't about the kingdom or the people. It was always about the family.
Yeah, I think it was a family.
name.
It didn't really feel, because the kingdom didn't really feel like much of a thing to us, or at least not to Tyrael. Like he spent most of his time with his uncle in the underworld, and yeah, fuck the kingdom.
Yeah. What about you, Imric? Did you have that similar nothing else matters, I'm just here for my family? Or
No,
you were
I
a
don't
little
think
bit more
so.
integrated with the magical societies?
Yeah, Imric rubbed shoulders with the nobility and the other social circles of that kind of world more. So I think for him it was more of a like a chance to prove himself, you know, like validation. Like, yeah, you know, I'm not what they all say I am, sort of thing. I can do this, and you know, I do have some worthwhile, and me and my brothers are going to show everyone. But not taking it too seriously, you know, like not really engaging with what it meant or the reality of what was to come. It was more just, you know, this is going to be a good story to tell back at the bar. You know, they won't laugh at me then. I'll be able to say, you know, I snuck into a secret wizard's laboratory and fought, you know, snuck past traps and killed kobolds, and, you know, I'm an adventurer now. Like, what have you ever done? You're just sitting in this bar getting pissed, same as me. At least I'm doing something. Yeah, just so what, you can cast magic missile. I don't care.
Right. And in those early days, I would like each of you to remind me of 2 quests that you went on that felt like it was significant to your character growth. And you can, you know, 1, 1, 1, 1 would be a nice way of flipping back and forth between it. Whoever's got a quest from the early days that felt meaningful to you in some way, shape, or form.
One of the first really big meaningful quests that also was kind of a guilty pleasure, I think, was after we'd gone through the trouble of getting those candles, we had set up and executed a pretty clever plan that involved fucking over other kind of nobility to steal shit from them in that dinner, and that felt good for a few reasons. One is because we were using the items that we'd gained through our own work and everything, and then 2 is because it gave us the opportunity to fuck over other noble people, which always feels good. Let's fuck them. The dinner heist.
Ah, the dinner heist was good. That's where you met, what's her name, isn't it?
Shelley. Yeah.
Ah, Shelley.
I'm going to get a little bit further back to the second quest we went on. Was some local noble lady's daughter had gone missing, and we were meant to be looking for her grave or something because she'd had some magic items, and Imric spoke to an architect and charmed his daughter to try and find the information of where the grave was. But before all of that happened, we snuck into the wrong grave, and Tyrael and Anton were trying to steal the silver rings from the grave. And this wasn't the person we were looking for. And they were like, yeah, you know, we'll give them back later. And I think Imric had, for the first time, a feeling of morality. Like, maybe my goal here is to keep everyone on the steady path, on the straight and narrow, make sure we're doing the right thing. I think for the first time felt that twang of responsibility and, like, what's the right word for it? I can't think of the word, but, like, you know, when you have, like, a requirement that you have to fill, you know, like a responsibility basically to the kingdom and to everything we were doing, and that we should stand for something better. And yeah, that's probably one moment, I guess, where you decided to try and do the right thing.
And did it work out? Did you convince them to put the rings back?
No.
But it gave you purpose.
Yeah, it did. I did. In the future, though, I did talk them out of doing bad things, and I think that was the start of that.
And Tyrael, one more quest from you that felt significant or impactful or meaningful to your character on a personal level from the early days.
From the early days, because I was gonna say, I don't know if this counts as early days or not, but was it not Belarus? What was the name of the first dragon we slayed?
Azeron.
Oh, Azeron. I don't know if that's too far in the future, but slaying the first dragon was
fine.
Yeah, that was significant because that was the first time that we finally got to test our might against going through an entire dragon's lair, climbing up that mountain, and then fighting and slaying a dragon.
And that was the first time you got real admiration from the people and the nobles, right? You were given a parade, practically.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah. That was, you guys were known as the Dragon Slayers for a while. You were mounting dragon heads on castle walls until Shine came along.
Yeah. There's also a third, a secret, a small one. Tyrael kind of regrets doing the quest where we went to one of those cities, one of those free cities, looking for like an anti-dragon potion or whatever. Because that's where, that's where Anton found that fucking amulet and the circlet or whatever, and everything changed. So sometimes he wonders if things would have been better if we didn't go in that direction. But
what about you, Imric? What is your second quest that fulfilled you with purpose or meaning or was significant to your development?
I'm trying to remember when he stopped drinking, because that's clearly the thing that made the biggest impact on his character. But I can't really, I think maybe it was a more gradual thing. At some point, Imric went from being down on himself and thinking that he was kind of just along for the ride and he wasn't really much of a wizard, not really much of a fighter, and not really much use, to now kind of almost feeling like, well, you know, he could do anything almost. There's nothing really that could stand in his way, and the best mage in the whole of Drekis, and probably the best one of the best fighters as well. That's kind of been a gradual process. In terms of a specific quest, it's tough because I keep coming back to a moment and it wasn't really a quest, but we just going to deal with the necromancer and the zombies and that before we walked into that ambush. But there was a black dragon in the swamp, and it was hiding in the water, and I basically killed it in one round with my bow. I think it was on like low health, and I just got like 3 triple crits, and just it came out of the swamp, and I just fucked it up and killed it, and it was like, yeah, okay, this is.
When you weren't just Imric the mage, you were also Imric the warrior.
And just, you know, an unstoppable force capable of doing the things that Anton and Tyrael were capable of doing beforehand.
And last question before we move on here. To each of you, during this period of time, who was Anton to you in these early days of saving the kingdom from Scoria?
Prior to the amulet, I would say still the same that he was as a child. He was strong. He'd come into his own as a warrior, but like still like had his little pet mouse and seemed like relatively innocent. Yeah.
Yeah, Anton seemed more. I guess Imric always saw him as the, you know, the older brother, the hard-faced fighter, you know, someone who could hold his own. But never having seen him really in a position of weakness. But then throughout the course of our adventures, there's been a few times where Anton's been in trouble. I seem to remember when we were going in Rohanna's tomb, he slipped into the water, and Imric had to dive down with a rope and save him from drowning. And maybe that's what I should have said for the last answer, actually, as something that was more of a formative experience. But I think Anton kind of became something else. I think Tyrael's right. You know, he started off and he was just like my older brother, but he kind of became separated from the two of us. And I think Tyrael and Imric are maybe more close in terms of family now because we've held on to more of our humanity maybe than Anton has. He's definitely given up part of himself. So I think Imric looks back on those early days of adventure more fondly, probably because Anton was more of the person that he remembered, whereas now he's something else.
Well, you are still moving through this rift inexorably towards its end, because a rift is a one-dimensional place between two extremes, and you are getting tugged along it. You must be getting close to the negative energy plane somehow, because your thoughts and your lives as you walk through them turn into a little bit different. It's less fond, happy memories, but you find yourself, at least Tyrael, you find yourself in Glacia again. That dream that you had where you're talking with the queen and she asks you to strip off your armor and meet her in the private bathing pools underneath the castle. Do you remember how did that incident go down? It wasn't real, right?
I don't remember how it went down exactly, but it was a ploy or a trap by the queen. It was either she invited me down to kill me, or I was like a fly on the wall for a conversation where she was talking to her trusted advisors about how we'd have to be dealt with after the kingdom had defeated Scoria.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What did she say? Do you remember?
Like, it's not like we've exhausted their usefulness or something like that? Was it something along those lines? I don't remember.
Maybe they're too dangerous to keep around. No.
Or maybe that, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I roll a check on this to remember?
No, if you can't remember, you just can't remember.
Fuck
I
you.
suppose. Yeah. Anytime, buddy. Anytime. Imric, when was the first time that you felt like you were being manipulated by the kingdom, by the queen, and by the generals and admirals and...
It's quite funny, actually. Imric's never really felt like that, and he's always kind of taken the position against the other two in defending the queen and defending the kingdom. But, you know, ever since the last couple of weeks, he's started to maybe see things differently, like maybe just feel a little bit less positive about these other people in his life, the queen, Oxombar, and all these other people. And maybe they don't necessarily have his best interests at heart. So I'd say that's quite a recent feeling for Imric. He's always kind of wanted to... I don't know if you've ever had this relationship with someone, you know, in a group where when one person takes like a really firm stance on one side, you kind of position yourselves as like the opposite of that. Anton has always been so anti-queen and anti-don't trust the royal family that Imric's kind of just made his point to try and defend them and be a counter to that. With Anton gone, with the things that have happened to Imric, maybe now is the first time he's kind of thinking, you know, maybe Anton did have a point with some of those things. Maybe he's like replaying some of those conversations that he's had with Anton in his head and maybe saying things slightly differently than he had done before.
It's very convenient, isn't it, that your quest thus far has kept you out of all of the war room decisions. It's kept you out of all of the international politics. It's kept you out of even really knowing what's going on with the war. Can you even name one top general?
Oh, we did meet one guy. He was an arse to us.
Yeah.
I had written it down, actually.
But do you know who controls the armies in Wicthra and Marenta? Like, who's the actual person controlling that army? Who's the person that was defending Bridgegate when Scoria came and burned it to the ground?
Yeah, no, we don't know that. We're not really involved in those decisions, are we?
Why? Why have you never... I mean, ostensibly, it was so that you guys could be kept a secret weapon for later in the war, right? But is that really the reason why you were kept out of all the decision-making?
Well, on one hand, I would say, you know, we had enough on our plate without having to worry about organizing soldiers. But then we've been kind of disrespected by the generals when we've spoken to them, so maybe there's more to it. Maybe it is a case of like they only, you know, maybe they see us as powerful, yes, but only because of our items, not because of who we are ourselves, and therefore, like, our minds when it comes to planning strategy aren't really of value.
You're a nice tool to be deployed, but you're not a person to be consulted about what should be done.
We're not a player in the game. We're just a weapon.
What about you, Tyrael? Did you ever feel like you were a tool being used by the kingdom?
Yeah, I think that was a huge fear for a long time until we had that talk with the queen in the hot tub beneath the whatever room.
The queen of Drekis, the greatest monarch in the land, when she gave you this quest, that, you know, to slay this dragon and to find all these items, she gave you some tools to help you along your way. One of those tools was a get out of jail free card. Do you remember that? She was offering you one time where if you made a mess of things, that she would pull you out, but only one time if you, like, you know, angered a noble. Why'd she give you one get out of jail free card? Isn't she the fucking queen? Aren't you on the most important mission of all? Why one?
Am I logic braining this or am I emotional braining this? Or is it
little column A, little column B? Tell me what you think. Tell me what you feel.
I think it makes sense that the Queen only gave us one. It's not like she could excuse us from infinite wrongdoing. But I think that, yeah, I think that would be the feeling there. I think Tyrael's
Do you trust
mind
that decision then?
No. I think Tyrael's mind towards the Monarch initially was one of initially it was happiness to be recruited into such a mission, and even a little bit of honor maybe. And then I think over time, I think that changed into some sort of paranoia or fear, especially with the dreams in Glacia kind of like playing into that. And then I think after the conversation with the Queen, I think that there was that bond of trust was renewed a bit, although Anton kind of fed negatively into the idea that there could have been some trap. But I think now, I think after everything that's happened over the past few weeks, especially with the possible death of Anton, I think now the feeling has turned to that of contempt, to where I don't think Tyrael necessarily views them as plotters or schemers that would do something like killing them. I think now, rather, he feels that they're just a bit inadequate or ill-equipped. Yeah, I think that's kind
ambition.
of yeah, or not even like ambition, but are just kind of like silly or dumb.
Got it. So when the Dragon Slayers, the greatest power in the land, wanted to build a castle, the Crown not offering you any money to help you build it or any manpower to help you build it was just them being inept, right?
Yeah, but it's because we've built and done everything on our own. So the idea that you can expect them to be able to help is foolish in and of itself. Tyrael actually has a level of disgust almost for himself. One of the most shameful missions that he thinks he ever embarked on was when he was in that room full of like with some commanders, maybe a general and the Queen, and they spoke about that the weird movements happening north of, was it Bontheris on the eastern shore? Tyrael almost leapt like a dog to prove his capability to go out, figure out what was going on, and then clear everything up. But that mission was such a cakewalk for him. I think he was done with everything in a day, that on his way back, it felt like so stupid and worthless. Like he was like working so hard to get like the respect and admiration of people so far beneath him. So that's been his like thought process, especially as he's come through here. They've slain a worm. They've traveled through more planes than potentially any other living human in existence, maybe at this point. Not sure, he wouldn't know. He doesn't have the magical background. They've slain multiple dragons at this point. They've befriended dragons. They've made deals with dragons. They've had enemies that are dragons. They've given a dragon a single piece of mithril and told it to fuck off from the land. And now they have a dragon servant for the remainder of their lives. Like, yeah, I think now he just starts to view a lot of these people with contempt.
Do either of you feel... Well, we heard a little bit about Imric. Tyrael, how do you regard or consider the fact that you were kept out of all conversations about real power in the land, and kept out of positions of advisory for what was happening, like relegated to the shadows?
I think that that's one feeling that he can't even emotionally have, because Queen did seem to make a lot of concessions to satiate his desire for control, because I think Tyrael was promised Mystria, or was it the land to the east? Was it?
Yeah, no, it was Mystria.
It was Mystria. We did get our keep, and he was he's betrothed to the Queen's daughter.
She only just recently offered you Mystria, right? That wasn't on the table from the beginning. That was something after you came back from Glacia. I'm talking about the 90%
that's
or
true,
80% of your adventures.
I think Tyrael,
you were,
but I don't think that was the fault of the Queen. I think that's because Tyrael saw himself in the past as weak too. He was a rogue that was trying to restore the honor of his family, that was trying to win respect in the eyes of his kingdom. Like he's not anymore, but he was haunted for a long time by that memory of walking in the street with that stupid girl that gave us all flowers to symbolize us like not participating in the war. But now when he looks back, now he sees that like, look at how easy it was to get an arranged marriage with the Queen's daughter. Look at how easy it was to get to be the King of Mystria. Like, all of it is there for the taking. We just have to be ambitious enough to reach for it. And in the past, we weren't. We were children. Children of the Megari name and children of the kingdom. But now as we come into our own, we can see that there's so much more there if we're just willing to reach for it. And we've never been stopped by the maliciousness of others, only by our own ineptitude and lack of ambition in the face of their selfish ambitions.
And Anton, during all this period, of working with the Queen. Anton had been a very vocal voice that, you know, fuck the monarchy. These people are... He was very negative about them. What was Anton's position, Imric, towards all these?
He just didn't trust them, and he maybe had some of that selfish ambition that Cyril's talking about there. Like, I think he maybe looked at the three of us and saw what we would become and what we were becoming, and realized that what Cyril's explained, you know, that it is all ours for the taking, and that the structures that exist, you know, if we are in a bad place to start because of the circumstances of our birth, we've overcome that. But the Queen, she's only where she is because of the circumstances of her birth. You know, there's no real strength to her. There's no real, like, talent necessarily to her. And I think Anton kind of just saw through that. You know, he's never got on that well with other people. He's probably, you know, Imric's kind of a social person. He's got empathy. He sees things from other people's point of view. He tries to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think Anton's the exact opposite of that, you know. So he sees through the bullshit quite easily. He's not easily taken in by friendly words and well-meaning gestures. He kind of just sees through that and saw it as weak and as platitudes, and that he kind of, I don't know, he seemed angry about it a lot. But, you know, I think from Imric's point of view, what he was arguing for, I think Imric saw it as like, you know, you'll destroy the kingdom, everything we'll have worked for will be lost, because it doesn't matter if we kill Scoria if there's a huge civil war.
Okay. And last question here for Tyrael. How did Anton help shape your distrust for people? And secondly, after that, how much of that was Anton and how much of that was his amulet?
Well, it's impossible to know how much was the amulet. In terms of the corruption of the mind from the amulet of weapons, that's something that we're always paranoid about, but out of character, I would imagine that the way that these things corrupt you is in a very subtle manner, where it probably makes some things more apparent and other things less apparent, or makes you more paranoid about some things and other things, rather than an evil presence in your mind. So, being with Anton, I think that Anton has become, like, pretty inspirational in terms of somebody that wanted power, found a deity, and then started grabbing a lot of power. Like, now he's working on some weird multi-continental religious cult thing that he seems to be fairly successful with. He's, like, probably changed the most out of any of the three of us in terms of, like, the power that he was going after and the power that he's achieved, and, like, the influence that he's starting to spread. So I think that Anton has probably been I guess we'd say a negative inspiration to Tyrael in terms of going down that path of being more self-serving and less for the kingdom.
Yeah. Okay. We come near the end of the rift here, and we're looking to the future.
So are we, like, walking through this and, like, looking to our left and right and just seeing, like, memories play out?
It's more of you happen to be in a room, right? You were in the room when you were sitting by the cozy fireside with your father. You're in the room when the queen is, like, telling everyone, well, you know, now that they've finished off their use, we'll hold a meeting down in the hot springs, and you kill him once he's naked and defenseless in the pool. You know, we're visiting these moments, and now we're looking sort of to the future. And this is more of a projection, not a thing that ever has happened. And I'm just going to ask back and forth some questions. Imric, broadly speaking, what are you going to do when you get home? When you get
I want to get home right now.
When you get Anton and you get back to Drekis, what does the future hold for you?
I think we go and kill Scoria at that point. I think, kind of learned a bit of a lesson that maybe going to kill that green dragon was a little bit of a vanity project in a way. And we kind of risked too much, so stop messing around, get the job done. And honestly, I'm not sure what the future looks like for Imric after that.
It's good. It's Tyrael. Scoria in particular. What are you going to do? What's your plan?
I think that Scoria represents something very positive for Tyrael. To borrow a quote from Littlefinger, chaos is a ladder. I think that the chaos that Scoria kind of thrust our kingdom into has allowed for Tyrael and the family to achieve far more power than they ever would have anyway. And in any area that we insert ourselves that has become increasingly chaotic, we have the ability to grab more and more power and build more and more relationships than we ever could have before. Whether that's talking to the insufferable losers on Nome, whether that's in exploring tons of different artifacts or tons of different areas and islands we would have never traveled to, whether that's having a one-on-one conversation with like the matriarchal queen of an expressly anti-male society and making deals with her, walking in and out like it's nothing. Like, we've been able to extend our influence and have conversations and build bridges with people all across the world only because of the state of chaos that the world is in. So if Tyrael wants to slay Scoria, it's only going to be after all of his like ducks are in a line and he feels like he's set up everything and established everything for himself that he needs to. Because once Scoria falls, then the powers that be are going to grab everything up they can for themselves, and the brothers are going to be in a much worse negotiating position. But as it stands right now, this is probably the moment before Scoria dies will probably be the most leverage the brothers have over the kingdom. And once Scoria falls, that leverage disappears completely, and then it's just their ambitions against everybody else's.
Well, in theory, once it's all over and done, you're going to be king of Mystria. But in the meantime, Mystria is your enemy. Every Mystrian warrior is going to do whatever they can to stop you from overrunning their country. A country you're going to have to rule if you can subjugate it. So, Tyrael, what are you going to do about Mystria? Up to killing Scoria, and then after Scoria?
Mystria is going to run like a stopwatch. That's an anachronism because stopwatches don't exist yet, but it will run well. Tyrael is a hands-on leader. If there are people that are disrespectful or rude, you know, he's done it before. He heard his name being thrown around negatively in a bar before. He went in, he found the girl speaking negatively. He hunted her down in that bar, chased her out afterwards when she was mad because we'd stolen the cloak of Cheetah from her family. So if Tyrael hears his name being thrown around, he can travel at high speeds across the kingdom, and he will put down people that speak negatively of the Megari name. They will
if
bend
there are
the
rebellions,
knee. Yeah, there won't be
to...
rebellions. There will be talks of rebellions, and that's as far as they'll ever go.
And before then, before Mystria is fully yours, you're going to have to march across that land at some point and deal with the armies and the defenses and the castles and the spellcasters. How are you going to handle that?
Have we ever intersected with pirates a lot? I don't know if we have, but I'm sure we've heard. There's like a pirate's code. There'll be a deal made there that anybody that throws down their swords and allows us to march through, you know, will be dealt with fairly, as they will be future subjects of my kingdom. But if they do resist and they do fight, then they will find themselves buried in the same tomb that Scoria will be buried in.
Excellent. Imric, speaking of the future, Drekis. What future does Drekis have in mind for you? Tyrael's being given a kingdom.
Yeah.
What is your reward? Where are you going after all of this is done?
I don't think Imric has a reward. It's not even been talked about. I think that once this is all over, Imric's going to have to deal with everything that's just happened to him. And the person he's become. There's been moments of it, you know, when he's been... I think we explored it when I did the solo episode when I went to the airship, but he doesn't really have any friends anymore. He can't really relate to any of the people that he used to know. His former life is completely gone. And like both Tyrael and Anton have a calling once this is all over. So Tyrael has to be king. Anton has to go to Solemn, or at the very least has to be a religious leader. Whereas what is Imric? You know, he's just a wizard. I guess he'll probably start off by trying to help Tyrael secure power in Mystria. But once that's said and done, I think he's a little bit aimless. I'm not sure what he'll do. Maybe he'll find some great mystery to try and devote himself to.
Okay. What do you think Drekis is going to do to your family?
I think
that gonna promote you and it'll be all good.
I expect it'll be all good. Yeah. I mean, Tyrael will be a king at that point, so I don't think that they'll. I think that, you know, our family will be well looked after, and I think everything that we've done up to this point means that any children that, well, I'm probably not going to have any children, but Tyrael's children, Anton's children, will be in strong positions politically and wealth.
Oof, are we... The dragon armor that's being crafted, is that happening at our keep, or is that still happening in the capital?
What's happening in the capital? Your keep is a construction zone. It's a terrible place to make armor.
Okay, just checking. Because we'll be controlling the mithril mines in Mystria.
Yes.
We have that dragon scale armor. I mean, we can bring back some dragon bodies and continue to make dragon scale armor for my kingdom. We also still own that. We have a magical anvil that we got from Glacia that allows us to craft magical items as well. So,
Imric's on the verge of being able to make magical items, actually.
Okay.
So with that anvil, maybe he can do a bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
Read this word. All right, Tyrael. Here's a dark question for you. How is the Queen, the kingdom, how is all of Arcadia going to expect to keep you around after this? You're going to be the single most powerful person out here with your brothers at your back and a dragon with you. The only way that people are able to exert any sort of force over you at this point, any sort of authority over you at this point, is based on your goodwill and your desire for temperament. How is it possible for the Queen to be the Empress of Arcadia just by your goodwill? Is that even possible?
Well, it's going to depend on how we negotiate Mystery, I suppose, huh? Are we going to be an independent kingdom on our own, or are we going to be subjugated by the Queen? Are we going to be a province?
No, she's the Empress. You're just one of the kingdoms under her thrall. You bend the knee to her, and your people bend the knee to you.
Well, we don't know that yet. That might change.
Well,
maybe that's not going to be the case. Who knows?
Well, there's also scales of empire, right? Like,
no,
you know, how much tax does he have to pay? It
no.
could just be a
it's
name
either
thing.
I'm a subject of hers or not. That's the.
Yeah, but there's like, you know, you pay half the taxes to the Empress, or there's you pay no taxes, but once a year you go and bend the knee.
Well,
and
maybe.
then go back.
Or maybe Mystery is its own independent kingdom again.
Yeah, and if Mystria is its own independent kingdom, now with a gold dragon instead of a red, and with a competent magic-endowed king instead of whoever the fuck this King Gilder dude is.
King Gilder, the loser?
How is this a sustainable situation for the monarchy of Drekis and the armies of Drekis and the nobles and the generals and all the people who have been gathering power for these years? How can they live with that? An even more powerful Mystria than when they started the war. How could they end up in that situation?
Well, it would be really easy, because once we are controlling Mystria, we sue for peace immediately, and we demand our own independence. Drekis won't have the will to fight, because they're not going to want to do another war, now without Dragon Slayers, and against an even stronger dragon. So it'll be easy. We sue for peace. We probably take a little bit of land, because our keep that we built along the southern part of the ridge, we'll probably want that to be incorporated in Mystria, and then everything will be cool and chill. Yeah, but we'll probably be our own.
And you think they're just going to expect you to fall in line, and you'll negotiate, and it'll be fine. You honestly think that that's the ending, that these negotiations you've had with these people are really going to be like, yeah, now we've just created an even more powerful kingdom that we've given away to somebody else. Now it's ruled by a different dragon, and they're so powerful, and we'll negotiate.
I don't think they have any other choice. What are they going to do? Tell their people that we're about to enter a second war against another dragon?
Haven't you seen? Didn't you see in Glacia what they're going to do?
They can't kill us. They're not going to. They're not competent enough to kill us.
If you are naked and locked in a room with none of your gear,
why would I ever be
naked? If they try that, then that's the end of Valoria Wick
poison
and
you. There are a
Drekis.
lot of ways to kill someone. Poisoned wine at a dinner, spells while you're asleep, burning your house down while you're unconscious. There are a lot of ways to get to you. They've got money. They've got power. You've got servants who have seen the queen and the people of...
Okay, the money they have is on loan.
The
money they have is on loan from us, okay? The only money that... I don't know if they finished looting that green dragon slayer yet that we slain, but that was supposed to be riches beyond whatever, because he had no fucking magical items, so it better be a lot of riches in there. So
huge amounts of gold.
So
yes.
we've got lots of that taken care of. We'll be running the mithril mines, so we have exclusive control over that, and those mines are going to run way better than they did before, okay? They're just... Yeah, I mean, the Queen stayed alive this entire time with multiple dragons breathing down her neck. I'm sure it would be a trivial feat for the Megaries. We've got a lot of enemies out there as well.
Okay. And what about Anton? What's his place in the future? Do you know about his plan to leave?
He's mentioned it in passing, hasn't he?
I don't think he ever has. Or maybe he's mentioned in the future he has to, because I think if he would have said explicitly, like, I'm leaving right after this to go to Solemn, I feel like...
Yeah, I don't think he's not said that. I think he said that he might have religious duties in Solemn once it's all over.
What's his role in your future?
Well, if we're to avoid a civil war, then... You know, I think that if me and Tyrael are thinking like this, once we find Anton, it's going to be very hard to avoid that path of paranoia.
Well, Tyrael doesn't care about Anton. Tyrael barely cares about Imric. Now Tyrael only cares about himself, okay? McGarry name doesn't matter. The kingdom is bullshit. One thing that Tyrael has observed is that Imric has become a powerful wizard in his own right. So serving as his archmage or some kind of important figure in his kingdom is important, but he doesn't know as much about Anton. Anton could have a purpose there or not, but he also sees Anton as a potential tool to disrupt the kingdom of Drekis as well. He's got a lot of weird shit going on down there. Maybe he could be useful, maybe not, but...
And Imric, you're a good servant. You would serve Tyrael in his kingdom, right? You would do his bidding, guard his magic.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, for now, it's just like, you know, someone as powerful as Imric, it's dangerous to keep them at a loose end. If I was Tyrael, I'd want to make sure that he always had something to do and something to keep his mind focused because, you know, the devil makes work for idle thumbs.
Right. Tyrael's smart enough to realize that.
Yeah, I think so.
And we are brothers. It's not like we totally hate
No,
each
that's
other.
true. I think, you know, I mean, Imric's lost a lot of his goodwill recently, but I think he still holds a lot of goodwill for Tyrael and Anton.
Yeah, and I think we've built a lot together here, especially killing the fireworm, jumping back into the room to take a few strikes at bordering on death, tossing his frostblade to Imric, trusting him to land the final blows as he runs from the room. Probably with no ability to get back. I don't know at all. Maybe without Imric.
There was a lot of trust there that Tyrael put in Imric. Maybe for one of the first times. You know, I don't think that Tyrael's necessarily put everything on the line. Like, Imric, you have to do this and this has to work out or we're all screwed. I think there's always kind of been a, you know, a secondary plan, or Tyrael's been the one in charge and I've just been helping.
Okay.
But that was
so
all me.
in summation, what are you going to do when you get back to Arcadia?
Kill Scoria. After that, I'm going to ask Tyrael what he needs, and once that runs out, I think Imric's probably a little bit scared of what happens after that.
The future is open. Yeah. Tyrael, in summation, what are you going to do when you get back?
Tyrael, you know, Scoria's there, but Tyrael wants to secure as much power as possible for his house.
You're going to take your time.
So the first thing to do is going to be securing that horde from the Green Dragon Slayer that they killed, assuming that hasn't been secured yet. But that's the most important thing. I think we still have that mithril thing. That's in our possession.
Yeah,
right?
we've got that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's that. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back on the other side with a little more Tombs of Scoria.
We'll be back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria.
Hello.
Anton, you are in a void. An empty, black nothingness of space.
When he looks
There's
around,
nothing
what does he
around.
have anymore?
You can feel your clothing. You can feel your armor is on you. Your amulet of Velthara is with you.
My
Your cloak
spear
of plenty
of
is with
Rohana is
you.
in my hand.
One spear is in your hand. Yes, your other
And one's
spear
in the
is-
amulet.
Did you put it in the amulet, or is it gone?
I assume if I'm about to take a thing out, I can't hold two spears. I'm not just going to drop it in the water.
I mean, you're in an
probably put some in the
emergency
amulet.
situation where you're dying.
It takes a
right?
millisecond to put it in the amulet.
Maybe
An
it might be
absolute
there. It
millisecond,
might
it's
not
just
be.
boom.
We'll see later.
We'll look at that.
Yeah, we'll look at that a little bit later. You have messaged me with a few questions.
Yeah, I
over
did. I don't remember what they were.
time. Well, why don't we check our DMs, the stream appropriate ones, and sort out.
I got 'em.
What sort of questions you have about where you are and what you're experiencing?
How long do I feel like I've been in here?
You ever done that thing where you wake up in the morning and you open one eye and you look at the clock and it says 6:30 and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
thank God, and then you close your eyes again, and then a few seconds later you open up to double check and it's now 8 o'clock. It's that sort of, you feel like the time hasn't been all that long, but you're also really warpy on it. There's no warmth or cold here. It's almost like being in a womb. It's sort of cozy but empty, and you're not really fully aware of your senses or your presence, so hard to tell. Probably a while.
Do I feel any connection to my god, or has Velthara reached out at all in the time that I've been here?
She is sort of present. You don't feel like the connection between you is severed, but she's not reached out to you. She's not come to help you. At least
I guess
not in the
Anton
beginning.
will
There's lots
reach
of
out to
time
her.
here.
He'll drink from his. Well, hold on. He will first off, because I assume this is when he just gets here. He'll take his rings and he's going to swap them around. He's going to put on his ring of sustenance.
That'll preserve you for a week at a time or something like that.
Yeah, and he's going to take off his ring of protection.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll move that on another hand. He's going to be able to eat and drink through his cloak of plenty. So he'll put that on and he'll start eating, drinking, and sleeping, I guess, in his cloak of plenty for the time being until he reaches out.
What spells did you have memorized when you arrived?
I have Cure Light Wounds, Cure Moderate Wounds. I have a Nap, a Bless, Withdraw, Recitation, Unfailing Endurance, Prayer, Etherealness, Dispel Magic, and Choose Future.
Well, do you want to cast any of those? Can you cast any of those?
He'll try to cast his healing spells.
Yeah, they will resolve with no changes whatsoever.
Okay. I'm going to heal for 2d10 plus 2.
Mm-hmm.
I will heal for 10.
It's
So I'm
not
up to
terrible.
24. No.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll do another healing of 2d8. Casting 2 Cure Light Wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Back to
Nice.
extra 9. Cool. He'll try to nap himself.
Yeah, you sleep for some amount of time. But when you come back from your nap, you honestly don't feel like you can connect to spells. Yeah, you can pray, and it's like you're far away and your voice is echoing, and she can kind of hear you, but it's too distant for her to hear your prayers proper and imbue you with the spells you want.
He will pray and ask Velthara if she's forsaken him.
It's that same sort of distance, like you're shouting down a pipe, and you get the impression she probably can't even hear you properly.
I don't think he gets that impression. I think he feels more abandoned. She's a god. If she wanted to, she could move heaven and earth to save him. She's currently choosing not to, is his kind of assumption.
But didn't all the gods give up on resurrection?
It wouldn't really be resurrection now, would it? He's
I mean, if your soul is on the plane of spirits, it's not really, and they bring it back to Earth, like, how is this
not resurrection?
But
I
at
guess,
the point where we're talking about multidimensional beings that have spiritual essence and physical essence, and they get separated and moved around to different planes, like, isn't resurrection really just, you know, moving the right parts of people through the planes?
He'll posit this, and he'll probably just feel abandoned. You know, sometimes facts don't care about feelings, so his feelings are... He feels abandoned. He hopes that maybe she's helping his family come and get him. And I think that he just stews for a time. He thinks about what he'd like to go back and do. He thinks about the memories of his brothers and what brought him happiness. The big thing that he wants... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I've got some pointed questions on this. You, like, 1 in 10 people, roughly, is the general knowledge, in theory, could become magically endowed. Some of those could be clerics, some of those could be wizards. You were gifted enough to possibly become a cleric, and you chose to follow Velthara. Why? Why did Anton, and when did Anton choose to become a cleric of Velthara, of all the gods?
I believe Anton started praying from like an early age to Velthara for vengeance upon his dad. After what I believe that his dad burned him is the canon lore. So yeah, that's when he started praying and whatnot.
So you came
and
to
he
her...
went to Then he went to cleric school, stuck with her, and he's been there since.
I see. How has she helped you become, how has she helped you in your life?
She's definitely given him unfathomable powers. Being able to get +6 to hit is huge. Spells to heal his friends, heal himself, heal his brothers. Awesome, amazing. She's given him guidance in many ways.
Never spells to heal your face, though. That's forever scarred.
I believe that is not in her spell list to give him, yeah.
How has she supported you outside of granting you direct power? Have you ever felt supported by your deity?
I think so. She's given him like a higher purpose, rather than being Tyrael or Imric, who are kind of just doing it for the kingdom. He feels like he's doing it for others, for the world. I feel like he has felt a good amount of support from his deity, yeah.
Okay. Aside from your face being pushed into the fire, what have been some of the formative moments between you and Velthara over the years?
One of the big ones was when she teleported him specifically to her, and he, I believe, got to see her celestial form. I think that was
this.
This was when Imric and they were all teleporting back from, I think, killing a dragon, and during that, she grabbed him and pulled him there.
She plucked you out mid-teleport to have a
chat.
Moment.
Yeah, which he'll think about that, and that'll further reinforce that she could get him if she wanted. She was able to get him through that teleport. Why can't she do it right now? He's calling out for her help. Obviously, his brothers need him. His kingdom needs him. She had plans for him, but what happened?
Yeah. What has Velthara asked of you? Has she ever asked anything from you?
Yeah, she asked for pretty much everything.
What did she ask, though? Really?
Anton's favorite, his most valuable thing in his world right now is his brothers. So much so that he's even like had thoughts of, you know, swapping to be with Sayor, I think. Who's the no
What's the god of
Reluna?
crafting?
What's the god of home and the
Passion
family?
is Reluna. Home and the family is Madrigal. No.
No, that's Hope.
Um,
Hearth, home, family.
Nerul.
Nerul. Yeah, he's had thoughts of swapping it into Nerul, but, you know, he's so far down the rabbit hole that it kind of went away for a bit. But she's asked everything of him. She asked him to move to Solemn, throw down his titles, never see his family again, and go and live there.
That's one ask, but what did you get in exchange for that? That was a big power trade, if I recall.
I remember getting... What did I get for the charisma that I gave up? I don't remember. I mean, I got spells. I got the power to track Scoria. But that was more through the amulet. I think I got that before anything. Oh, I got the Ion Stone location for that, I think.
For the charisma?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So she's asked a few things of you. She's asked for some of your charisma, and she's asked you
That was
to...
given.
Okay. But so she asked you to be her cleric in a different land once you're done, once all the vengeance has been had here in Arcadia?
It sounded like that, but it was... I guess Anton took it more of... You are never going to ever see your family again. You are never going to venture back to Arcadia. You are going to Solemn, and you're going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he took it.
Yeah. Yeah. Has Velthara ever betrayed you?
He feels betrayed currently.
Right now?
But before that, I don't think so, no. Well, she wouldn't let him use his spells on creating crops, but that's not really a betrayal. That was just more of a thing. But yeah, no, I don't think he's ever felt betrayed before, no.
Okay.
He's just felt trapped, I would say.
Tell me more about that.
He feels trapped in his current situation, and he can't get out because she's the goddess of vengeance, and if he says, hey, I want to stick with my family and stay with them, I don't think that's going to fly too well.
Yeah, I mean, you made lifelong oaths to get here. You
Yeah.
can't really renege on those, can you?
No.
Yeah. Are you who you are today because of Velthara, or are you your own person and she is just like, you know, helped out a little?
I think he's who he is because of the path he's walking. I think that she's definitely shaped him in a way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What would you say the greatest thing you've ever done for Velthara has been? What is your best moment as a servant of the Goddess of Vengeance?
The greatest thing is yet to come, but I believe... I mean, the big one is getting Scoria down, which is coming up.
Sure.
Other
but
than
before
that...
what have you done for her to earn these powers? What have you actually already done, not just promised in the future?
In a bit. Maybe killing the blue dragon. Maybe he didn't get vengeance for those people. It's been 80 episodes, Koivu. It's been a long time.
I know.
He hasn't
It's been
done
a lot.
Oh, he killed his dad. I guess that was vengeance more for him than her.
Yeah.
He hasn't done a ton for Velthara, if I recall. He did save the gnomes. He gave the gnomes vengeance. That's true. Halflings.
The gnomes and the halflings and their local vengeances
But
are
these
the
were
greatest...
all like... These were all just on the way. So it wasn't him going out of his way to do great vengeance. I guess the thing that he's done for her is probably set up the cult within Wicthron Berenthra and all of like the clerics that he's put in these strategic places to further the Velthara name. Yeah, that's probably the big one.
That's true. You've created priests and clerics to spread her influence throughout the land.
Yep.
made the land much more vengeful.
Good.
Do you think Velthara needs you?
I would say that no deity needs any single cleric. So I would say no.
Does she own you?
No, she does not own Anton.
But can you say no to her if she makes a request?
He can. I don't think that she would... I don't think that she would just smite him down instantly if he ever said no. I think she would find it more fun to rise up another cleric to go and deal with Anton, or send another cleric, or even her paladin, if she has one, to go and deal with Anton.
Yeah, the gods don't really so much smite people out of the clear blue sky. They usually work through their servants, or maybe can manipulate weather events, or do things in the background. It's been since the gods walked the earth that they have very directly smitten people with their own hand. It's been a long time. So you think that you can say no to her?
Yeah, he would lose all of his spells, guaranteed. He would probably lose the amulet. He might even lose his new weapon, his new spear. But push comes to shove, I do believe that Anton can say no. Yeah.
I see.
It would be for great loss, though.
This amulet, this artifact of Velthara, this, it is her divine piece of equipment in this world. You wear it around your neck. Does that give her a way to affect you more directly? I mean, it's through this amulet that you channel that +6 to hit and all of these other powers. Does that give her a way to circumvent the lack of ability to smite and just snuff your existence out if you're wearing it?
I don't think Anton knows the question to that. I have no idea. If he was to go away from Velthara, I guarantee the first action would be to take it off and probably to destroy the artifact.
Well, these are some thoughts that might pass through Anton's head while he's floating here in this void. You had said some other things, other actions you might want to take, or questions you want to give, or what else?
I guess Anton's just thinking about what he's going to do when he gets back, and who he wants to deal with, because he's kind of just figuring out how easy it is for him to be there for a second and then instantly gone. I guess he's struggling a little bit here with death, and he's thinking about the things that mean most to him and what he wants to live for. And I think that he wants to stay with his family, so he might barter with Velthara and see what she says. Another thing that he really wants to do is kill those fucking clerics in the capital. The Nadinus one and the Martha one have time and time again stood in his path and his family's path, and he wants to deal with them because he might be struggling with Velthara right now and his faith, but he does believe in vengeance, and he believes genuinely that those people deserve nothing.
But they deserve something. What?
Well, they deserve
nothing.
Death. They deserve death. Yeah. Nothing but death.
Well, all these thoughts and more pass by you in the blink of an eye, and you sit here in this void for a while. I think you might be able to pass time by counting how many times you pull those short ribs out of your cloak of plenty and munch them down.
Yeah.
There are a lot of short ribs.
Is he floating around? If he throws a short rib, does he just stay in one spot, or does he float away from the short rib?
Well, you can't see. There's no light. When you pull out the short rib, you can feel it in your hand.
If I pull out a light stone, can I see?
No, you pull out the light stone and you pull out a rock.
Well, let me see if I have a light stone, sorry.
Yeah, wouldn't that be in your bag that ripped open and
he had him on his pants. He does have a light stone. He has a little pocket, and he pulls it out of there. So yeah, he does have a light stone. He pulls it out.
Yeah, there is no light shed by this. It is void and dark. Or you're blind. One of the two.
He'll probably struggle with that, yeah. He feels his eyes. They're
still
there?
there. They're
Okay.
still intact, yeah. Anton, what is it? You're just floating here. Your goddess isn't coming for you. It's been an age.
How long do I
what
feel
is
like
your
it's been if I
purpose?
start counting the bones? Or not like counting the bones, but like thinking of like how many times I pulled it out. Has it been like weeks?
You've probably eaten short ribs like 40 times, 50 times by the time we're having this conversation.
Jesus. I don't know. I feel like he starts, one day as a panic attack. He probably considers like suicide at some point. Maybe it'd be better. But I think that he does have a bit of the faith that his brothers are going to come for him. He doesn't want to believe that they abandoned him.
Where are you, though? If you don't know where you are,
He has no
how
idea.
will they know where they are? Okay.
They're resourceful. Imric is a wizard. They have the wizard airship, is what he tells himself. He's sure he'll
And they're
be found.
gonna come for you. These
That's
these
his hope,
brothers
currently,
that don't
yeah.
believe the queen is a monster, who are here to protect the kingdom and crown and kill Scoria.
He says he'll give it 100 days. And then he'll
100
reconsider.
days.
Yeah. He reaches out to Velthara and just asks for a sign, any sign, that she still cares about him or that his brothers are coming. He needs hope, or, nothing.
Nothing. No hope here. Just endless floating. Let's just get a couple of other Anton reflection moments since the other players got theirs. What would you say Anton's fond memories of his early days were like? Does he have any, actually?
His fond
You got-
memories, weirdly enough, are probably playing with a rat.
That's
like
right.
playing with either rats or, some small animals.
you
Imric's
didn't-
fond memory of Anton was him protecting him from bullying. Tyrael's was playing around with Anton and letting him forget about the mask, but Anton's was being alone with his little rat.
Well, you're alone here.
He thinks back to Temmie's, how he abandoned him.
happened Oh,
Eventually, he just became of not use, and Anton had to give it up. He was being called the weird rat boy. The rat wasn't being useful anymore, so he let him go.
how is that any different than Velthara leaving you here because you weren't useful anymore and you got sucked into a void and, lost to the abyss somewhere? Aren't you just the Temmies of Velthara?
He struggles with that, yeah. He thinks that he was wrong for how he treated Temmies, and obviously in this situation, he assumes, Velthara is currently actively not helping him.
Yeah. What about your purpose over these last few years defending Drekis? What has been your driving purpose through this time? The core thing that has pushed you forward?
To kill Scoria, to get vengeance for all the people, but also to help Tyrael in any way that he needed. So he was originally pushing for Tyrael to be king because he thought Tyrael to be the greatest ruler. And I think that he eventually came off that when Tyrael didn't want to be king of Drekis or of anything, really. Now Tyrael's interested in being king of Mystria, so Anton's happy, but he's also sad because he's not going to be there to see it. He has a place to be, and it's not.
I noticed when you talked about getting vengeance for Scoria, it was sort of like for all the people. Which people? We never
He's
really
talked
talk
to-
about that. Which people has Scoria wronged?
Anton's
that you were
talked to
gonna get vengeance
multiple
for?
people now in the city streets. He spent hours out there, if not like a whole entire day, talking to each individual person who came and told him how Scoria negatively impacted their life, how they killed like one of their sons, da 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 da.
Yeah, but that was well after the fact. When you first started on this mission to kill Scoria, you didn't have those conversations, and Scoria was just ruling over Mystria. Who really did Scoria wrong that put you on this quest?
Wasn't it something with Velthara, like Scoria was making it too stagnant, or I don't 100% remember.
Yeah, no, it does feel distant and vague at this point, doesn't it? In fact, when I asked you about these things, you talk more about your family and your love of family than about your vengeance needs. And earlier you mentioned that you thought about maybe becoming a cleric of Nerul, goddess of family, the home, the hearth, protection.
He had considered that, but he pretty much banished it away from his mind when he realized that the best way he can protect his family is by probably following what Velthara wants and just getting him out of there. Yeah. Otherwise, it won't be good for them.
Yeah, she would probably seek vengeance on you through your family because she knows you love them so much.
Yeah.
That's probably her path of vengeance if you betray her.
But he's having another thought of, he'll see how this works out, but anytime they've ever attempted something, all three of them, as long as they stuck together, they could get through it. So maybe he'll talk to Tyrael and Imric and see what they say about his future mission. They should be able to get through that, That's what he thinks. He believes they're coming for him as well.
Do you have regrets about choosing Velthara as your goddess instead of Nerul? You had mentioned her as someone that you might want to go to, and you always talk about your family and how important they are. Do you think you picked the wrong deity all those years ago?
I don't think Anton realized how important family was until he went on this quest, when he was already a vengeance cleric. In hindsight, he could feel like he's picked the wrong deity, yeah. But
at the time, there was no way to know.
Yeah. Also, Nerul probably didn't have Cure Light Wounds on their spell list, so.
Back to that's the real reason that you picked Velthara, right?
It was heavily influenced by the spell list, yes.
Yeah, it was.
If I could go back and pick the best spell list, it would have been Terrassa. She had actually the better spell list, but...
Nice.
It's
back to the kingdom and the war. You have been the most vocal proponent of the dangers that wait for you at home, of the kingdom, the queen, and the threats that are there. You've long been the proponent for killing the queen.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel like those...
I don't think Anton was ever the proponent of killing the queen. I think Anton was more the proponent of not getting fucked over by the crown. He was afraid that the crown would seek vengeance on them for something they haven't even considered or done. I think that was his biggest fear, is that the crown is going to realize they're not useful after Scoria, or that they're too powerful after Scoria, and then kill the brothers. That was his greatest fear, yeah. Anton will posit he'll think about it, like what happens if he does go away from Velthara? He thinks about like, when is the best time to do it? Should I do it after Scoria? Can she read my mind? Like, can she tell my true intentions? And I think all of this is mostly like wishful thinking. Like, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, and then I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna talk to Imric, I'm gonna talk to Tyrael, and us three together, we can figure it out.
The more powerful of a cleric you are, both via your wisdom stat and via your actual class level, the stronger your connection to your deity. A low-level cleric, first-level cleric with 9 wisdom, the worst cleric you can possibly build, has a pretty weak connection to their god. It's just strong enough to get like 1 first-level spell that has a chance of failure attached to it. But you were the most powerful cleric in this land. And what is your wisdom?
18 from Circlet of Wisdom. He was originally, I think, a 14 wisdom cleric.
So you've got a pretty strong connection to your deity, don't you? It is, I mean, you are channeling spells that only clerics have wet dreams about. What is your? You can cast 6th level spells, is it?
Almost 7th level, but yeah, currently cast 6th level. I can cast 7th level with Uplift.
That's pretty amazing. That's a pretty powerful cleric that you are. You think that she can maybe... I mean, that's a bi-directional connection, right? Because you ask for spells and she gives them to you, and that means it's got to flow both ways on some level.
Probably, yeah. I think Anton is having a big crisis of faith, and he's going to have to see how this interacts with his spellcasting ability afterwards. It is very telling to him. He feels like that Velthara wouldn't... He just thinks it's like such an easy thing to do. She snaps her fingers, and he just appears back on Drekus. She's
a goddess, right?
There's nothing... Yeah, his feeble mind is saying, this is the easiest thing that she could possibly do. He's seen her do it before. Why isn't she doing it now? So he's pissed off. He is thinking about Nerul and how, he loves his family and wants to be with them. So, yeah. He thinks that he made the wrong choice, yeah.
No, wrong. Which wrong choice?
He believes that in retrospect, if he could go back, he realizes now how important family is, and that he made the wrong deity choice. But he probably only realized that because of his quest for vengeance against Scoria.
Got it. At least you got vengeance on your father, right?
That was pretty sweet, yeah.
That was pretty good. She did help you out there.
She did.
Back to family and kingdom and whatnot. Did Anton ever feel like a tool of the kingdom, like a blunt instrument?
I don't think so. Anton never really concerned himself too much with the kingdom. I think his plans were bigger, more grandiose.